continue on with some more Master Archives Rain Code, where we I think we're like, I feel like we're almost at the end. So we just have, we've just reached the village bathhouse. Apparently sounds like it's gonna be the last part. And then I'm guessing what happens is we'll get the Mystery Labyrinth. And then after we get the Mystery Labyrinth, we will, we get the Mystery Labyrinth. And after getting the Mystery Labyrinth, then we have to complete that, and then we go and do the Aftermath and see how it goes. So yeah, unfortunately, yesterday we realized we missed out on one of the collectibles. And apparently it was in an area that we'd already checked, so I don't know what happened there. Mind cleansing bath, like that's a clue right there. So we missed out on that, and the computer crashed. Hopefully it doesn't happen at this point. And also, like stuff with the save happened as well when the game actually crashed while we were in the midway. So that's going to be interesting. But they're saying mind cleansing bath. This might explain why everyone forgot.
What is that machine? It seems to be connected to the chimney outside.
Whatever it is, it's a bit excessive.
Could this be part of the truth he mentioned?
Master, there's a switch. What do you want to do?
Okay. So now that we're in here, let's see what we're in for. And I don't think anything here is updated, but we'll have a look and see. Updated. Nope, nothing else is updated. Again, I'd have to go looking around for collectibles, but I still want to go around and make sure I check to see if there's any like things that I can interact with and stuff.
Leave it to me. Aw, look. There's nothing special here.
Oh, thanks, Shinigami.
Battery powering a nearby device, but its central machine is running by itself. There's nothing else in here.
Oh my, this is quite nice.
Saying it looks like the remains of an old bathhouse.
Yeah.
Seems like it hasn't been used for a long time.
I bet this giant bath has helped rejuvenate a lot of stressed out people.
Oh, I see.
Now there's just a machine being used for who knows what. Nothing lasts forever.
Realize something. I mean, to
Are you going to flip the switch?
changed on my volume here. Look like it has.
Stopped.
Huh?
Has been declared. All residents, please seek shelter inside. I repeat, a state of emergency has been declared. All residents, please seek shelter inside.
Has something actually been changed? I think it has. No. Exactly the same. I don't know why it's showing that it's, doesn't sound as... Nothing, I can't see anything that looks like it's changed. Been changed since yesterday. Not changed it at all in a while.
clearing up. So the stuff coming out of the chimney was rain clouds?
Oh, okay. That's I was not expecting that.
Huh? This machine's
I guess it makes sense if it has to make yeah, so it's making the rain.
The machine creates artificial clouds to make it rain all over Kanai Ward. To think, even the rain has been artificial this whole time.
I mean that would make sense considering how much rain there actually like constantly raining. Rain cloud generating device. A device located in the restricted area, it can artificially generate rain clouds. Oh, that's. I was gonna say all these characters now have all got like black aura around them, and they're moving faster, and they seem to be more aggressive.
What's going on? What's happening? Kurumi?
Oh,
What's wrong?
We meet at last.
I wonder if we'll
Dr. Kagutsuchi!
take the mask off.
We should turn off the alarm before we celebrate our reunion. Aren't you worried about Kurumi's body? Here, lend me a hand.
The rain is back.
It seems like things have settled down. What was that?
Is it because I stopped the device?
Master, be careful.
Congratulations, Yuma. You finally arrived at the truth of this city.
I wonder if we'll break his mask in the Mystery Labyrinth.
Enough! I've had enough of your games!
Games? I've been taking this seriously the entire time. Especially when it comes to Kanai Ward.
What is your goal? Why are you doing this?
You still don't know? I want you to understand the truth about this place.
The truth? You mean this big device?
This is but a small portion of the truth. Of course, I'm the one who created this contraption, although it's a rather makeshift design. Using the old bathhouse's chimney was brilliant, hmm? The melding of my genius ideas and the world's best technology.
Why did you even make it?
I don't owe you any explanations. But you've made it this far, so you deserve something. As you know, Amaterasu's experiment resulted in defective homunculi. Do you know the fatal flaw within all defective homunculi? One is an extreme decrease in intelligence when they're resurrected. In other words, they turn into zombies. They may be immortal, but upon returning from death, they become monsters that seek human flesh. The other flaw is sunlight.
Okay, that makes sense. So they're now vampire zombies.
Sunlight?
That would explain the rain.
Homunculi encounter sunlight, they become extremely stressed and lose control. They'll return to normal if you block out the sun. But while they're berserk, they lose all reason and memories.
Reason and memories?
To be exact, it's an allergic reaction to ultraviolet rays. If left in this state, they eventually die. But things will continue to spiral out of control. Once they die, they turn into zombies. In other words, sunlight is the greatest enemy of the defective homunculi.
Alright, there we go. Defective homunculus. When defective homunculi encounter sunlight, they become extremely stressed and lose control.
So you were blocking out the sun for them. And to do that, you created a cage of rain over the entire city?
When the clouds grow thick enough to block the sun, rain starts to fall. It's a natural phenomenon. To keep them stable requires clouds thick enough to cause rainfall.
Making your own clouds. I wonder if that's even possible. Make actual rain clouds.
Make it ideal. The result, of course,
Because if you think about it, if it was possible to generate rain clouds, I wonder if it would also be possible to use that to then help grow
Why build such a major contraption
crops and things
for some defects?
in areas that might not have a.
defects.
If that could happen, that would actually solve a lot of problems. I don't know how someone would go about doing that, if that was even possible.
You've lost so much on your long journey here. But now, well, look at your hands.
You're right. Maybe I am empty. But I've been able to face many truths by relying on the strength of my friends. I didn't make it this far on my own. It was thanks to those who...
Looking forward to understanding this whole mystery, though, because we do have to do I'm assuming the labyrinth is coming up. The labyrinth will come up soon.
So, even though I'm empty, I have everyone with me. That's why I was able to corner you.
Corner me? An interesting way to put it. But if you want to corner someone, this is how you do it.
The man with the golden gun.
He never said he had a gun!
One pull of the trigger and you're dead. Looks like I've got you cornered, Yuma. There's a spark in your eyes. Like you still have an ace up your sleeve. Okay, fine. Play your card. Let's finish this.
Well, if he shoots us,
Use the power of the Book of Death.
okay, he knows about that as well.
He knows
This would make sense. It did say it was locked away, remember?
I hate to use him now that he's spoiled the whole thing. But let's do it. And honestly, you'll be killed if I don't, Master.
Thank you.
The target mystery is the collection of corpses found in the factory refrigerator. Considering the scale of all of this, even I have no idea what the Mystery Labyrinth will look like.
Yeah, I wonder if it would be like some sort of distorted thing, actually, now that I think about it. Actually be,
To solve.
Interesting.
Here. Come on. Solve Kanai Ward's ultimate secret. Expose all of my crimes. It's kill or be killed.
You Flowey reincarnated? Every time I hear someone say that, I just think immediately of Flowey.
Are you sure? One wrong move, and you'll be forever trapped in the Mystery Labyrinth.
Of course. And I won't blame you if that happens. You've saved me so many times already.
Alright, here goes!
Right, let's do it, Shinigami. This may be the final.
Alright, there it is. There it is. That's the trigger to say, hey, we're this is probably the last, this would probably be the last part, depending on how long we get. And we get the transformation time. Now, what if he can see that? I don't think he should be able to, but he knows about it at least.
Okay then.
Also, we're by ourselves this time.
Can we do it normally?
By ourselves. We don't know,
Together.
we don't have anyone else to assist us.
Sure, I don't mind.
All the other detectives aren't around.
Down the rabbit hole we go!
Yep. Alright, well, considering they said it was the final Mystery Labyrinth, usually what happens is we complete that, and then, probably gonna be a bunch of cutscenes after that. See how that goes. Maybe I would finish the game today, actually. And how long it takes. Usually the labyrinths take around, 2 to 3 hours. Depending on how complex it is and how much I'm getting incorrect.
Ow! Why did you let go halfway through?
It's for good luck. We can't just start breaking tradition, you know.
I've gotten used to this view.
In the beginning, you were so terrified of the Mystery Labyrinth.
Maybe that means I've grown as a detective.
It means I've been a phenomenal mentor. But this Mystery Labyrinth seems different from the previous ones.
I figured. We'll finally uncover Kanai Ward's ultimate secret. Just up ahead.
That means we also have all the things we need as well.
We'll expose it.
At least they're gonna explain, hopefully the denouement at the end.
Turn my eyes away.
Hopefully the denouement at the end will explain everything. Usually the Danemars are very good at explaining all the events that go on in the case.
Again, Shinigami?
Still relying on others after all this time. Master, are you ready to give your life for the truth?
Yes, I am.
So all this stuff again will be for the last. It'll be for the last time because I can't see us doing any. They're saying final mystery labyrinth, so should mean we're not doing any more.
Here's the solution key we'll need.
Thanks.
Oh, you've never thanked me for this before. I considered just handing it over normally, but I'm glad I kept it this way instead.
You can do it normally?
Anyway, let's go. Let's unriddle this mystery labyrinth.
Fairly certain. Yeah, so we have all the clues. The only things that will change is if we find something in the labyrinth. Sometimes it can update on the clues. So the clues will update. Let's update here. Just updated the thing. Sorry about this. So that actually less clue. There's 22 clues here. But this makes sense that there's only a chapter. It makes sense that there's 5 chapters. You want to reveal more of the truth? Yuma encountered Makoto in front of a machine that was producing rain clouds. To solve Kanai Ward's ultimate secret, Yuma decided to take on the final mystery labyrinth. There's the game telling us right there. It's the final mystery labyrinth. Now, if it's anything like the other ones, like if it's anything like Danganronpa, usually these cases, usually the trials take like 2 to 3 hours. Getting through everything, usually. Another floor of sunlight. Whenever they encounter sunlight, they become extremely stressed state and go berserk, losing their memories and all sense of reason. If they are left in that berserk state, they will eventually die. Yeah, so let's get started. Get things started then. Oh, this is actual, the look of this is, it's actually Kanai Ward.
Kanai Ward.
The mystery this time seems to be deeply related to Kanai Ward itself. Just like you said, Master, if we keep going, we should be able to expose Kanai Ward's ultimate secret.
This place seems fit for the final mystery.
Speaking of, why do you...
I'm sticking around because, if I move too far forward, there's a chance the dialogue won't play out. It has happened in the past.
To expose Kanai Ward's ultimate secret in the first place. I've got a feeling that when we solve this mystery, our pact will come to an end. Am I wrong?
You know I can't reveal anything about our pact. Regardless, if I train you to be a great detective, there'll come a day you won't need me anymore.
But there's still a ways to go before I can call myself a true detective. At the very least, I have to eradicate all unsolved mysteries from this world and bring happiness to everyone.
I think I've heard that before somewhere.
Don't you remember? You heard that from the person who left the strongest impression on you.
Oh, right, you're just a copycat.
I'm copying nobody. I'm just echoing what they said. I guess you could say they influenced me. If that was said by a detective you admire, it seems like a good idea to aim for the same goal.
See what I mean? How we just finished the dialogue, and then almost immediately this happens. So that's why I always wait.
Then we just need to solve it.
It's just better to wait.
Shinigami.
What's the cause of Amaterasu and Kanai Ward's development? Okay, so this is where we have to just, what was it that got the development started? I think the report you picked up in the factory says something. So, the cause of Amaterasu and Kanai Ward's development, was the homunculus research.
The mystery of Kanai Ward began with the homunculus research.
Yeah, there's no mistake that's the root cause of what's going on in this city.
So it involves the mystery of the homunculus research? Let's clean
Alright.
it up all at once.
Another three-door section here. Why did the unified government request the homunculus research? Military purposes, for medical technology, for academic research. Why did the unified government request on research? Military purposes would have meant that they wanted weapons. That's not really gonna work. They're already kind of doing academic research anyway. Maybe it's for medical technology? I don't know if there's a right or wrong answer here. See, this could be another one of those situations where it's there's multiple different. It could be all three are incorrect, and we have to just go through them anyway. To finish the homunculus research, they'll be able to make humans that can live forever. Yeah, so that would be the medical. I would say medical technology because I'm pretty certain it was medical technology because they were trying to do make it so that people could live forever. Then again, you could also use that for the other two purposes as well. Go with this. Wait, it was wrong?
Wrong way!
Oh, okay. That's the first time I got it wrong. So if it wasn't that, why did the government... If you were going to live forever, that's why I thought medical technology would work, because if they could figure out why they're living forever, that would make the most sense. So, now which would be more important? If they live forever, would be better for military purposes, or would be better for academic research? Well, I feel like the academic research one is the least likely of the three, because if it was academic research, they would be researching how people would think. So I'm thinking, if that's the case, it'd be military purposes. Because if you can live forever, you'd be able to think, but I'm guessing this is also going to be wrong. Academic research would... I thought medical technology would have made sense. No, it's actually... Okay, it was military purposes.
The Yuji wanted to create an immortal army, and requested that Amaterasu conduct homunculus research.
Basically, it was for military purposes.
I'm not going to get anything in the menu for a while, so I'll just try and ignore it.
They're artificially made human beings. Human DNA is extracted to use as a base to grow human cells. gender and looks are synthetically copied onto an artificial human.
What's the fun in copying people to begin with? That's something I'll never understand. Humans are such weird creatures.
Once again, it made a mistake there.
Mystery Phantom?
Alright, so are they going to reveal that the mystery person's Makoto? Because we still don't know who this is yet. We don't know who this was at the start.
Whose phantom is it? Huh? It's me? Why?
The Mystery Phantom is the materialization of someone who wants to conceal the truth. Master, you want to hide the truth?
Me? That's impossible!
Master, quick! Defeat Master right away!
Yeah.
Right, this is going to be a little bit different. So, see what... fighting ourselves.
Don't go any further.
This one here, we have to tell certain statements.
Let's give up and go home. What I'm looking for doesn't exist.
Oh, okay, it wasn't that one. Mind,
Damn. Yeah.
we have to see the other statements.
Don't go any further. There's nothing up ahead. Let's give up and go home.
This is also one thing, other thing I should mention. I was... when I got up... Aren't glad just a fantasy. No, they're not.
I was completely wrong.
Okay, so it's that second statement. I just missed it because it was... I missed it because it was there.
Don't go any further.
I should mention before I think that when I got up in the morning, I
Let's give up and go home.
on the main Discord server that I use,
For it doesn't
I
exist.
had a giveaway, and in that giveaway, I ended up winning.
My claim doesn't hold up.
I ended up winning the giveaway for the new year, and we won a $15 PlayStation Network
Fantasy.
card.
Homunculi do exist.
So that means that my next
No. Homunculi don't.
PS4 game might change depending on if I can buy some DLC or a game that is for that, so I can make some space. Because I now have that I can use. So we'll see how that goes, and I'll have a look and see if there's anything that I can. What are the 3 clues to you? Homunculus nutrition source. Homunculus nutrition source, homunculus experiment report memo, and raincloud generating device. So we're gonna see what the
Don't exist.
things are first.
Have you even seen a homunculus?
We've even seen a homunculus. None of these would that's so.
Do you have any proof they exist?
We have proof that they exist. We certainly do.
It's true it was being researched.
Sure, it was being researched. That's correct. We don't need to do anything with that statement.
Research was cancelled.
Research was cancelled. I don't think that it was, because we've got here... It could be... I'm guessing it's something else. I think this is going to be incorrect. Yeah. I thought this was incorrect. Only because of, heard about how Amtrust's research was discontinued. Don't see anything wrong with that state. Yeah, okay, but what about the results?
That's right.
I went for the wrong one there. I should have not done that. We know that the homunculus exist.
Can they prove they exist?
Just gotta
It's true it was being researched.
be more clear with what I was.
Research was cancelled. That research was a complete failure.
Was it a complete failure? No, we have proof that they successfully reproduced it. Yeah.
This is the truth.
Should have just waited for the statement.
No, 3 years ago, the UG successfully manufactured a homunculus. The report Fubuki left me clearly said so. So, that really was me. Why would I be a mystery phantom?
There's no point thinking about these things if you have no clues. Let's keep going. Anyway, the unified government must have really wanted to make that homunculus. They tasked Amaterasu to make it, but set up their own research facilities as well.
They tried to accelerate the research by having these two facilities compete with each other. The unified government was first to have their experiments succeed. But apparently, that was the only successful experiment.
Those are some terrible odds.
What I want to know is the
For a second there, I thought Shinigami had the umbrella in her hand, but that's just because it's in the background there.
the report Fubuki left behind.
They found success in one person's DNA. Someone believed to have the world's greatest mind.
The only successful specimen was from the world's greatest mind.
Once again, shows that not moving is actually better than accidentally, like,
World's dumbest looking mystery phantom!
doing something.
He looks dumb?
After him! Chase that clone with Master's dumb face!
This time
Oh, that's.
they said
I was gonna say, that's back to the clock tower, which was the first case.
the clock tower. It's blocking the path.
Just solve the mystery like you always do! You got this!
Who is the person with the world's greatest mind? Okay, I was thinking, I wonder who that was about. I'm totally drawing blanks. You know, this isn't a question that you could just answer. Who is the person with the world's greatest mind? I'm thinking that it's the former CEO. Because why would it be... Like, it's probably this. But I feel like the... I'm just gonna go with this. Probably wrong, but... Okay, so it's actually probably the former CEO.
I have to keep going.
Stay calm, Master! There should be a hint somewhere in the solution keys.
Oh wait, there's a solution in that?
That phrase. I think I've seen it somewhere else.
Oh, I wasn't actually paying attention. I should have been doing that. Might check that again. World's greatest mind. Oh, it's this one. Now I remember. It's number 1 who's the world's greatest mind.
The true identity of the world's greatest mind was written on a memo left by the dead criminal in the refrigerator. It's the person known as number 1 of the World Detective Organization. off again. What's going on? It's like he's trying to lead me somewhere. Shinigami?
Huh? It's nothing. Anyway, let's go after him.
To think, the only successful homunculus was based on the world's greatest mind. Number 1 of the WDO. But if that's true, then there's something else bothering me about it.
Hey, Master!
Hmm? What's up?
Nothing. I was just thinking about how we should keep our focus on Kanai Ward's mysteries. I mean, the completed homunculus disappeared, right? So that doesn't have anything to do with what's going on here.
You can't say for certain it's unrelated.
Well, number 1 was that old man, right? You never saw him anywhere in Kanai Ward.
Yeah, we never saw him at all.
Didn't see him.
And then apparently he died in the explosion, but
Told you that homunculus
that
was
explosion,
stuff.
I don't think the explosion,
World's
like,
greatest mind. He got blown up with that building.
how can we determine that?
That's true, though I feel like he went down too easily.
Who cares about that old geezer?
We technically didn't see a body, we've got to go by that logic. This is a mystery game.
Sure.
As dumb as that usually is, you know, using that constantly. Oh, this is like a nail man. I like what they did with this. It's led to the first crime. Much as it's dumb to see didn't see the body thing, most entertainment stuff does that at least one time. That's just why it gets overblown. This is actually a much longer hallway than what it was last time. Really, really, really long hallway. You'd like that it was referencing some of the other cases, though.
Setting aside how the UG's research facility succeeded in their homunculus experiment, problem is Kanai Ward. What happened to the research being done here?
Seems like that's the mystery we face.
What occurred at Kanai Ward in the name of scientific research? It would be Project Homunculus.
Under the UG's jurisdiction, Amaterasu Corp grew impatient and conducted an experiment 3 years ago. That was known as Project Homunculus.
Wasn't Dr. Weska in charge of that? What was it all about anyway?
I don't know the exact details.
That's what we have to figure out next.
It was done in Kanai Ward for the sake of research.
I wonder what was done to prepare for Project Homunculus.
Looks like that's where we're starting. Good luck, Master! By the way,
Talk to the Flatty about what happened 3 years ago, right? If you forgot, look over the solution key. Okay, so that would be the blood test thing. Would have been, yeah, it would have been blood tests for all residents.
also happened in Kanai Ward 3 years ago, at the same time as Project Homunculus. All of the residents were forced to take a blood test.
Maybe those mandatory blood tests had something to do with Project Homunculus?
It's true both took place 3 years ago, so I doubt they're unrelated. Which means the blood test wasn't checking for some contagious disease among the residents. They were extracting DNA from everyone to see who was suitable for homunculus research. Wait, if that's the case, then Project Homunculus is...
Oh, just flooding now.
There are some stairs over there! Master, run!
Right, this is probably gonna be one of those interactive ones again.
This place seems
Not.
familiar.
Yeah, it looks like Doya District.
I was gonna say if I stay here, what happens? But it
Through here.
doesn't seem to matter.
Seems that way. Okay then, let's go.
Hmm. Usually you can't go up all the different ways to see all this. Granted, we have nothing to look for anyway because of, yeah, nearly all the collectibles.
It looks like you discovered something about Project Homunculus.
Yeah, but
What's wrong?
well, if it's what I think it is, then horrible things were done for this research.
It's pretty horrible here too!
What was created from Project Homunculus? It was the, Kanai Ward's resident.
I knew it. It's hard.
Okay, so yeah, all the residents in the thing are created via... All of them are,
Project Homunculus was an effort to
Yeah.
create homunculi out of all the residents in Kanai Ward.
All of them?
After Amaterasu was outdone by their rival, they started searching for suitable DNA in every possible way. And that's what the blood tests were for. They created homunculi out of every citizen in town. Even if a few failed, all they needed was one successful specimen. That was the purpose behind Project Homunculus.
So, what happened after that?
Well,
what happened as a result of Project Homunculus? It would have been the... Blank Week...
this must be it.
Blank Week, the Blank Week mystery.
In the end, Project Homunculus was a failure. And as a result, the Blank Week mystery occurred. The defective homunculi from the experiment were responsible for that event.
I'll get straight to the point. Project Homunculus is a failure. Something unexpected occurred in our efforts to find suitable DNA. Although we successfully created homunculi, the results have been dubbed defective.
The event Kurumi mentioned, where the city was ruined while everyone slept. The destruction of the giant shutters of the lab where the experiment took place. All of that was caused when the defective homunculi attacked Kanai Ward.
An entire city was destroyed by defective homunculi, and no one's ever said a thing about it? What is the Blank Week mystery anyway? How can a whole week pass in a single night?
Right. Those are the mysteries.
Yeah, we still have to figure out all that.
Get to the heart of the blank week. But I still haven't gathered my thoughts about it.
So we're getting like stuff thrown at us now.
Master, the Mystery Labyrinth is getting testy. You have to give an answer now.
I know, but
Then I'll help you. Let's lay it all out together.
Some of these can be really annoying, but we'll see how it goes. Oh, this one's a little bit. All of Kanai Ward's residents were something during the blank week. Created? Created. I think it's created. But it wasn't created? I might have missed the C. That I think was created. Really, not created. We're not. Were created. Were. I feel like it was. I feel like it's supposed to be created. What do they do after going berserk from destroyed? What did they do after going berserk from sunlight and? I don't think it's destroyed. They corrupted, created. I'm really gonna need these extra clues. My awards defective homunculi were a result of an experiment. Yes, they were created. They were. I don't think it's destroyed. Yeah. These puzzles are a little bit annoying to figure out. Feels like I'm just kind of guessing. Created, destroyed, crafted. Crafted could be, but it's not a C because it doesn't start with a C. Were what were they? ELEARGC. Yeah, it's not a P. They were. They were they were recreated. RE something. They were replaced. Placed. Be replaced. If there's a P here, yeah, they're replaced. Sometimes you just gotta take a little stab and think about, like, I thought it might have been created, but then I should have probably spelt it out. Sometimes you've just got to come up with similar sounding words. Similar, not similar sounding, similar, meaning words. Just, Or think about it from a different way.
They were all swapped during the blank week mystery.
Right, but who or what was swapped?
Everyone in Kanai Ward. Each resident was replaced by their homunculus. It happened during the blank week mystery.
Huh? Everyone? Come on, that couldn't have happened.
Yes, it's impossible. It's too ridiculous to think they all could be swapped with homunculi. That's nothing but a fantasy.
Which is the real master?
Obviously it's me! The blank week mystery has nothing to do with homunculi. Your deduction is wrong. Everything you say is wrong.
Master! Master's getting closer!
I just said I'm the real one.
And propel again.
You're wrong. They couldn't have been swapped.
Wouldn't have been swapped.
Impossible.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's a what the options are. Some of these aren't
All of it.
incorrect.
It's all of it, all of it, all of it. Everything you say is wrong.
Really. So it's probably the one that's one of the early ones.
Master!
Yeah. No. You're wrong.
I don't think it's this one. It's the impossible one.
They couldn't have been swapped. That claim doesn't hold up.
I just thought there might have been another better option than what we got.
No, there's proof they switched. No, that's a lie. It's all made up.
Extraordinary defective homunculus and homunculus characteristics.
These were swapped with homunculi? That's impossible. Something else caused the blank week. Everyone was drugged and knocked out. Every resident fell asleep.
Every resident fell asleep. I don't think it's any of these.
So, there's a gap in their memories. That's why the memories connect across that week.
The memories connect across that week. I don't think it's any of these either.
That's impossible if they were swapped. If they were swapped, they'd be different beings.
If they were swapped, they'd be different beings. No, it'd be this thing. Really? It wasn't that one. Okay. Is there any evidence to refute that statement right now? What about that solution key though? Homunculi apparently inherit memories. Yeah, they're born with the memories of the original person up to the point their DNA was extracted. Words, even if they are separate entities, their memories wouldn't change. So I have the right key, but the wrong statement.
Residents were swapped with homunculi? every resident fell asleep.
That's fine. That's fine. We don't need to refute that one. And they did.
There's a gap in their memories. That's why the memories connect across that week.
Not this one. We can leave it.
That's impossible if they were swapped.
Wait, that's why the memories. It might be that one there.
They'd be different beings.
Might be that. I think I know which one it is. Now he's not gonna have any more statements, right?
Memories would be totally different too.
The memories would be different. No, we have proof that they're not different here. This, yeah, we have proof of that. This one.
Through this mystery. A homunculus retains all the memories their original had when their DNA was first extracted. That's why the specimens created by the experiment also have memories from before the blood test. It explains how their memories are linked. No, your reasoning is obviously wrong.
It's the same thing except for.
They can inherit
That makes me think that this is the correct one.
memories.
Wait for the statements to appear.
What about the week no one remembers? If memories are kept after swapping,
Oops.
there wouldn't be a gap in their memories.
If memories are kept after swapping. Memories are kept after swapping, there would be a gap in their memory. The reason why there was a gap in the memory was because the Project Homunculus took place 3 years ago, and they did mention specifically that's probably why people forgot. That wasn't the correct answer. Why can I get the memories of the time DNA was extracted? Why would there be a gap in them? They all have amnesia like you.
Speaking of
You
which,
should come to think that Huesca talked about Kanai Ward's homunculi in that video. Solution keys then, there might be something about the cause of lost memory. Okay, so it's not this one.
they can inherit memories. What about the week no one remembers? If memories are kept after swapping, there wouldn't be a gap in their memories. The blank week is part of every resident's memory.
Blank week is a part of every resident's memory. I don't think it is. That might be this one. Still not this one. Okay. But keep going. True, there's one gap in their memories. I don't see a contradiction in that statement. Need to figure out why the gap exists. Why would the homunculus statement?
For now,
Alright, so some of the solution keys don't have a lot of information.
memories. What about the week no one remembers? If memories are kept after swapping, there wouldn't be a gap in their memories. The blank week is part of every resident's memory. This fact proves it. Nothing swapped places with the residents.
Nothing swapped places with the president. Effective homunculi encounter sunlight that became extremely stressful. Surely can't be this one. That's the last statement. Yep. Alright, I've got to try and figure out what we're going to do. The memories are inherited, then there shouldn't be a gap in them. And I doubt all the residents had amnesia for a week. It is possible everyone lost their memories. Any evidence to prove it? I need to try and figure out, like, what...
Can inherit memories.
Because the thing is that this doesn't mention a lot. It just mentions Tetsuhiko's investigation yielded this report. It doesn't mention what it actually is about. So that makes me think that it could be this one. Not mentioning it. I can't remember what Tetsuhiko's report said. I don't want to go around hitting random statements, but I might... There's something that I'm missing.
Memories are kept after swapping.
Wouldn't be a gap in their memories if they're thing. I don't think it's this one.
The blank week is part of every resident's memory.
Blank week is a part of everyone's memory.
This fact proves it.
I might have to look this up only because I don't know if I
Swapped places with the residents.
think swap places. Maybe it's just this. Maybe it is just this answer. And not even that either. Like, I don't actually know. You already showed the switch took place, so I'll refute that statement now. We have to focus on the mystery surrounding the switch that we find gap in their memories.
Speaking
If I recall, the homunculi have a weakness. If that's the reason why they have a memory gap, then is there any evidence to back that up? I don't know what the... There's no evidence... Looking at the 3 keys that are here, there's no evidence. Because this mentions about it taking place 3 years ago, that's fine. This mentions about them being exposed to sunlight and becoming stressed. And this one doesn't mention specifically about... It just mentions about the homunculus research. It doesn't give you any... It doesn't give me any other information, so...
inherit memories. What about the week no one remembers? If memories are kept after swapping, there wouldn't be a gap in their memories.
I feel like I'm just guessing at this point. Okay, get memories... Yeah, so... I feel like I'm guessing at this point. I just don't know what I'm missing something here.
What about the week no one remembers? If memories are kept after swapping, there wouldn't be a gap in their memories.
Definitely missing something. So I don't think it's got anything to do with that.
Blank week is part of every resident's memory.
Like the blank week is a part of everyone's memory. I actually do not know. I feel like I'm gonna have to go through and just keep guessing every single statement until I get it right.
They can inherit memories.
I'm not seeing any statement here that
What about the
feels like I need to change something.
If memories are kept after swapping, there wouldn't be a gap in their memories. The blank week is part of every resident's memory. This fact proves it. Nothing swapped places with the residents.
I feel like it could be the third statement. I'm just gonna keep guessing until we get it right. I really don't know. I've gone through all the statements that I think that it could be, and I guess I'm just not seeing something. I think it's got to do with this homunculus research, only because it's not being very specific about what.
The blank week is part of every resident.
It's not being very specific about what it's about.
This fact proves it. Nothing swapped places with the resident.
I think swap places with the resident. We already know this. But it's not this. Okay, so there's only those 3 statements, so
No.
okay, I'm so confused. What is it that makes it so that the statements are it just mentioned this, like, this just mentions that if homunculi are defective in sunlight, they lose control. It doesn't mean that they lose their memories. This just mentions that it took place 3 years ago. So I feel like I'm just guessing at this point. There's no other.
What about the week no
Really, it's this one. Okay. That doesn't explain things.
Defective homunculi go berserk in sunlight. They lose
Okay, it should have mentioned that. It just mentioned in there. It didn't mention. It mentioned in there that they lose all sense of reason and lose control. It didn't say that they lose their memories. It said that they lost control and they went and they were stressed. Stressor. It doesn't mean that they lost their memories. They should have had that mentioned.
Sunlight made them go wild as soon as they were born, wiping their memories during that time.
Would have been guessing all that time if that was the case.
There was sunlight shining through the lab. Maybe it was to test if the creatures had overcome that weakness. But the experiment failed.
In a previous experiment, a defective homunculus was
Like, I remember this now, but I don't remember
trying to adjust
which evidence was
to get
suggesting it.
made them even more violent and
They went berserk and attacked Kanai Ward. When they eventually returned to their senses, their memories were reset to before the blood test. An entire week had passed by then. But since none of them remembered what happened, the week felt like a single day to them.
That's what caused the Blank Week mystery? What's with him? Why is he laughing? I don't believe it. Everyone in Kanai Ward is a homunculus?
Yeah, there's no mistake. This city is a city of homunculi.
Even the Flatty? And Fuzzhead too? Everybody? But no one mentioned anything like that! How'd they manage to hide it?
I don't think any of them knew they'd been.
Well, they wouldn't have known because they lost their memories.
That's because they lost those memories when they emerged as homunculi and went wild.
What happened to the original residents? The ones who first lived in Kanai Ward?
I think they're gone.
What do you mean, gone?
When the defective homunculi went berserk and attacked Kanai Ward, the original residents died. All of them.
They're all dead?
That explains how the homunculi replaced their originals after they returned to their senses. By the time the homunculi regained consciousness, the originals were gone. With the exception of those like Kurumi's grandfather, who refused the blood test and vanished completely. That's because those who didn't have their DNA extracted had no homunculus to replace them.
So if they were killed without a substitute in place, they were considered missing.
This is the tragedy that befell Kanai Ward 3 years ago. That's the truth behind the Blank Week mystery.
The city is falling apart!
You destroyed it. You exposed the mystery behind the city. You're an uninvited guest here. You're the enemy. But it's not over yet. You still haven't reached the truth behind the city. I won't let it happen. I will shelter the mystery of Kanai Ward.
Corpse, Doctor's Confession video, and homunculus characteristics.
Swapping places is just in your head.
Better jump then.
No proof a switch even took place.
You have no proof a switch took place. Previous investigation yielded, it described, I don't think it's,
There's zero evidence for that. The homunculi were destroyed after the experiment.
homunculi were destroyed after the experiment. We have proof that that didn't happen because, of this, I think, I'm not sure. See what the other options are.
At the hands of the researchers who saw failures.
At the hands of the, okay, they're saying that it was ended at the hands of the researchers who think, I would say the end of it was this. It wasn't the, it was this that ended it. Oh, okay, I guess I was wrong again. Researchers were aware the experiments failed, so I don't think there's a need to refute that statement. Okay. So it's another statement. This is the correct, the different statement.
Just in your head. You have no proof a switch even took place. There's zero evidence for that. The homunculi were destroyed after the experiment. At the hands of the researchers who saw failures. That's why it's impossible. Homunculi would have attacked the city. No one was killed by the homunculi. This is the truth.
That was my mistake there with that one.
Dr. Wesker left a video journal discussing the conclusions of Project Homunculus. It clearly shows the doctor dying at the hands of a defective homunculus who went out of control. But we met the doctor at Amaterasu's lab, even though he should have been dead already. The fact that we met him after he died proves he and the other citizens were all replaced by homunculi.
I see. So the doctor at the lab was also swapped out homunculus.
That's why he didn't know about the results of the experiment. And also why he knew nothing about the blank week mystery.
He didn't even remember the terrible things he did.
He caused the city's greatest tragedy. But maybe what little conscience he had left urged him to leave evidence. No, not yet. I refuse to give up. I have to protect Kanai Ward!
Why does the other master want to protect Kanai Ward so badly?
You don't fully understand it yet. You know nothing about Kanai Ward. What do you know about its darkness?
What's the reason for any raining Kanai Ward? Obviously, it's the it's not the rainy season. It's not the power plant. Weakness. They do not give you a lot of time to react to these. Okay, yeah, I don't like this kind of minigame where you've got the stuff firing at it.
Yet. You know nothing about Kanai Ward. What do you know about its darkness?
But this is I'm trying to read that. that first one the second one I was trying to read was like, oh, to power the electric power plant. I was trying to read it just so I could.
The rain clouds covered Kanai Ward to block out sunlight, which homunculi are vulnerable to. The homunculi stopped their attack thanks to the clouds covering the city.
Master, don't let him get away! You gotta finish this!
That hypocrite! I'll expose him for who he is. We're not done yet. The city's darkness goes even deeper.
Where do Kanai Ward's things head up? They head up in it's the rural village.
The answer.
That one there gave me more time.
Kanai Ward are transported to the abandoned village, a restricted area. Whenever a defective homunculus revives, its intelligence decreases, turning it into a zombie. The city would have been overrun with zombified homunculi if the bodies were left alone. That's why the bodies have been getting sent to the abandoned village.
Some of these gaps that we're running across, it's like we should be falling through them.
Did they know they'd turn into zombies?
No, they were probably
Like that one there.
They were told that bodies in this city rot quickly. The people of Kanai Ward, including the peacekeepers, didn't know that they're all homunculi. It must also be the reason why they were so strict about keeping this place isolated from the outside world.
We've got you now! There's nowhere to run, Master!
I told you, that's not me! You think that's enough to defeat me? You think that's enough to expose Kanai Ward's darkness? More! Kanai Ward's darkness goes far deeper than that!
Oh, wait. Where's the source of nutrition for Kanai Ward residents? Meat buns. Oh, that makes sense why everyone eats all the meat buns. Oh. Yeah, that makes sense now. That's why everyone eats all the meat buns.
That's right. The people in Kanai Ward
Yeah.
love their meat buns. You know what they're made of, don't you? The main source of nutrients for homunculi is human flesh. That's why everyone craves those meat buns so much. Warning. Homunculi are predisposed to eating human flesh in order to maintain the artificial organic synthesis in their cells. Currently, there are no alternate sources of nutrition, and they grow sick if they do not consume human flesh. That's a primal instinct homunculi can never defy. What are you? Mystery phantoms are supposed to prevent mysteries from being exposed. And yet, it's like you're guiding me to the truth. It's not just the meat buns. Residents of Kanai Ward also have other characteristics. Of course, I'm sure you've already noticed them. A bomb?
He's trying to boom kill you, but you can defuse it by solving the mystery.
You've seen it time and time again. You should already know this. They're physical abnormalities. It's another part of Kanai Ward's darkness. Physical abnormalities?
Let's go, Master! We gotta join hands and defeat my other Master!
Kanai Ward's residents, something blood is evidence of their physical abnormality. Pink blood. It'd be pink blood. Everyone's blood is. Oh, I see what you've done here. I see what you've done. I see what you've done here now. That's an I. I know what you've done here, game. So, the actual reason why the characters have pink blood, at least when it came to the Danganronpa titles, is because, it's because they were trying to get past the censors, because originally it had red blood, but then they changed it to pink. And it was always a style thing for those games. At least here, they've actually decided, hey, like, it isn't just pink because we need to pass through the censors. It's pink because of the other thing. That I like that. I like that they actually changed that.
Huh? Pink blood? Hey! Everyone did have pink blood! I think I got too used to it.
Now that I think about it, it's really abnormal. Blood being pink instead of red is obviously strange. That's right. From the very beginning, I thought something was off. Since I first saw a corpse in the city, I had my suspicions about the color of the blood here. Is that a real corpse? It's not some mannequin, is it? This blood is real? How? Why? I figured it was due to Shinigami haunting me. Like it was somehow changing the way I see things. Shinigami, you don't feel anything after seeing this body?
You're asking me how I feel about death? Well, let me tell ya, this is totally ordinary. I was just saying there was nothing odd about there being a corpse. The color of human blood doesn't matter to me.
But why didn't the other master detectives mention anything about the color? It wasn't mentioned at all while I was investigating crime scenes with Halara. Oh, right! Maybe...
The rain sure has changed things around here. Both the city and the people, too. Supposedly, there's something in the rain that messes with our bodies and the environment. But it's all hearsay.
It could be because Chief Yako said the rain affects things. In fact, maybe it wasn't just the master detectives. Chief Yako and the other people in town. Maybe they all believed it too. For example, they could have said there were some chemical properties in the rain that causes blood to change color. In that case, people wouldn't find it strange that their blood was pink. Yes, homunculi have pink blood. Maybe they were made that way to differentiate them from their originals. Now, you're finally seeing the big picture. I've been waiting for this!
Master's mystery phantom sure doesn't seem scared of these mysteries being solved. Anyway, we gotta beat him! Otherwise, you'll get caught in its destruction!
Fine. Let's end this. It's time time to expose the truth of Kanai Ward's ultimate secret. It's over! You? You think you can do it?
Wait, are we already... This is usually what happens at the end of the case. This actually didn't last as long as I thought. Okay. I'm just thinking this would last a little bit longer than this. Really? Okay, this is actually shorter than what I... We're already up to the denouement. Okay, so led by Huesca Amateur Corporation conducts research that Kanai Ward 10 years ago. From Kanai Ward, what was being researched? You have to like unlock everything. Up the time. What was used as an excuse to collect DNA? That was the blood test. DNA collection at a site in Kanai Ward. DNA collection at the All Girls Academy. Huesca rejoiced at the birth of the homunculus. Captures in the lab open all at once. Captures containing homunculi. Capsule opens. Homunculus at the homunculus test site. Who directed Project Homunculus? I don't think that's that yet. What causes defective homunculi go berserk? That's the sunlight. We don't have that yet. If homunculi go berserk, if homunculi were born, homunculi crouch over clutching their heads. Dr. Huesca gets attacked by his own homunculi. Effective homunculi run amok through Kanai Ward. Effective homunculi attack people. Several defective homunculi swarm from the lab. Suburbs, public bathroom in the suburbs. Kanai Ward is ravaged in the blank weak mystery. Rain clouds form. What did Makoto create to stop the defective homunculi? It was the rain cloud generator. Makoto looking up at the sky. The defective homunculi regain their senses. Violent outbursts ended after sanity is restored. Sky fills with clouds and rain begins to fall. Present day, Kanai Ward is like the city of defective. There we go. So I've got Huesca and homunculi. Homunculi were being researched. Trusted Corporation researched homunculi. What was used to collect the DNA was the blood test. DNA collection under the guise of a blood test. We know that Huesca directed the... Huesca conducted Project Homunculus. And, sunlight is what affects the, makes them go berserk. There we go. So maybe this is only like one of several mysteries or something, because this feels really... We've only been streaming for an hour and a half. We've already figured this out, so...
I do these recaps out of kindness, you know. I'm just saying, it'd be nice to get a little appreciation.
Oh, sorry. I thought this was all a part of your process or something.
Anyway, time to boom kill this mystery phantom.
Let's expose all the facts and finish this once and for all. It's time for the very last deduction denouement. It all started 10 years ago. The UG tasked both its own research facility and Amaterasu Corp to conduct homunculus research.
They were trying to create an immortal army of homunculi that could just come back to life, right? If that happened, the death gods would be out of a job!
By having the two organizations compete with each other, They hoped to rush development along. And it was the UG's research facility that managed to create a homunculus first. That drove Amaterasu into a panic. So, 3 years ago, Project Homunculus was conducted under Dr. Weska's direction.
After that, they were just testing for a contagious disease. They took blood from all the people in Kanai Ward. They were turning the town upside down, trying to find DNA that would help them make homunculi. They got beat to the punch and were rushing for results. Huge death flag, if you ask me.
Ultimately, the experiment was a failure. Their efforts resulted in nothing more than a mass of defective homunculi. Defective homunculi have two fatal flaws. One, they revive after death with fully repaired bodies, but their minds deteriorate and they become zombies.
Two, sunlight whips them into a bloody frenzy, but they won't remember what they did afterwards. It's kinda like when an alcoholic corporate drone with a lot of pent-up stress gets a picture at the company party.
I'm not sure that's really the same. Anyway, the newly created defective homunculi were exposed to sunlight and immediately went on a rampage. They attacked Kanai Ward and murdered all of the residents.
A certain last man then created a rain cloud generator by making some extreme modifications to a public bathhouse. He covered the whole city with those clouds.
The rain clouds blocked out the sun and brought the defective homunculi out of their preserved state. Their memories reverted back to when their blood had been drawn 1 week before.
The blank week mystery refers to the period where they went out of control and lost their memories. So basically, Kanai Ward's ultimate secret is...
3 years ago, the defective homunculi of all Kanai Ward residents murdered their human counterparts. Exposed to sunlight at the very moment of their creation, they went berserk and wiped out the entire city. Rain clouds then blocked out the sun, and their human memories returned.
The defective homunculi have no idea they're not human. And they continue on to this day in this land of never-ending rain. They just live...
I wasn't expecting like it to go all the way through this. Like pretty much everyone I've been seeing is a.
It wasn't caused by the rain. It's actually conclusive evidence that every resident is a homunculus. This is the truth behind Kanai Ward's ultimate secret.
Wait, what? Someone. I said, did someone just step? What? Oh, Makoto's here now. This actually is gonna be a little bit different. I wonder if it's actually him or if it's just in the thing, because we've never seen someone actually enter the labyrinth without.
It's you.
Hey, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you.
So this guy's the Mystery Phantom now. I figured he'd show up eventually.
You sure took a while getting here. Maybe I shouldn't expect much of you.
Is that a solution blade?
Huh? Why does he have a solution blade?
We shall see which of us should be destroyed. Let's wield our solution blades to find the answer. Don't tell me. He didn't
Also
escape.
has his own version of the truth blade as well.
You promised you would expose all truth. Is this really the best you can do? Well, perhaps you're not as capable as I thought.
How did you get that solution blade?
Oh, yeah. You should be more curious. After all, you understand nothing about me. For I am Kanai Ward's ultimate secret.
I wonder if Master can
Oh, okay, this is different. So, matter with Mystery Phantom Makoto. This guy won't let up, huh? You still remember how to deal with this kind of situation, don't you? If the answer isn't right, just wait it out and get ready for the next attack. Okay, so it's like what happened with Vivian, which, when that happened last time, that really annoyed me, so, let's, hope that it's a little bit more manageable than this. Figure out what we have to do, I'm fairly certain it's gonna be the same thing. It's gonna be the same thing that happened with, what's his name? It's gonna be the same thing that happened with them. Let's see what this is.
You're the ultimate secret?
First, when did I come to
Makoto arrive at Kanai Ward.
Can you
It was 3 years ago, I think it was. It was 3 years ago. What was happening in Kanai Ward when Makoto arrived? Terrorist incident? No. Plank Week mystery. It was the Plank Week mystery. Yeah. See, I didn't get much time to be able to. I was still trying to. Like, we just died. I thought we were. Like, did we just lose? You don't get very much time at all to time what you're supposed to be doing.
Yes, that's it.
Mask now. Okay.
I came to Kanai Ward during the Blank Week mystery 3 years ago. All to resolve that case. I knew they'd regain control once sunlight was blocked. So, I created the rain cloud generator to gently cover Kanai Ward in rain.
It's more like you caged them in.
Without me, Kanai Ward would never have been rebuilt! I used everything at my disposal to cover up the tragedy that took place here. But there was no way for me to fix the entire city on my own.
Why did you do it? Why do
You want to know? I did it to protect Kanai Ward, of course. Because I love this city. I'd do anything for it. But you already know that.
What's Makoto do to protect Kanai Ward? Peacekeeper. Wait, what? There was no.
I did it to protect Kanai Ward, of course. Because I love this city.
It wasn't the power plant. So then, what's the other option?
Anything for it. But you already know that.
What can't Makoto do to protect Kanai Ward? Isolation? Oh, okay, that was.
isolated all of Kanai?
Oh, right. Right. Yeah, now I remember. It's the,
I knew it.
yeah.
You called that
I don't know why I was
them?
letting that slip.
You trapped them.
Without me, Kanai Ward would have been wiped from the map. But you UG planned to flatten Kanai Ward to cover up the failed homunculus experiment. But thanks to my negotiating, they saw the benefits of isolation. We would peacefully secure the defective homunculi, and they wouldn't have to spend a cent. Besides, it'd be a terrible thing if the UG's inhumane research was made public.
And through that negotiating, you became CEO of Amaterasu Corporation. Your goal was to rule over Kanai Ward, wasn't it?
You still don't understand me. Try to remember.
Hey, Master! There's something weird about this Mystery Phantom. Why are we able to talk to him like this? None of the others acted this way.
Huh?
Try to remember. What did I do after I became CEO of Amaterasu Corporation?
What did Makoto do as the CEO? Kanai Tower, no. The Monkeys Research, no. Lots of Peacekeepers, oh, I guess it was, sorry, it was end the research.
Try to remember. What did I do after?
No, I think it was because I was looking at what the options are. Again, I gotta remember there's only 3 options.
You shut down the homunculus research.
I didn't want to create any additional defective homunculi. So I ended the research and sealed off the test site. Dr. Weska and Yomi objected, but as the CEO, I was able to quash their complaints. That's how I rebuilt Kanai Ward all on my own. It is a city for homunculi who have nowhere else to go.
You did it to protect the people in the city?
That's right. I did it all out of the love I have for this place. That I've never hid my love for Kanai Ward from you at any moment. Yet, you never quite seem convinced about it.
What he says makes sense. He's not lying. The experiments created the defects, so he transformed Kanai Ward to protect them. But if that's true, what crime is he guilty of? Why have I drawn my sword against him?
Hey, Master! Don't let that Mystery Phantom fool you! Try to remember why he started this in the first place! He's a phantom! He's just trying to prevent you from exposing the truth!
Yeah, you're right. He's no saint. He's a dictator who will do anything to achieve what he wants.
What crime did Makoto commit? Destroy the citizens you know. Made Amaterasu his own, no. Mass kidnapping? It'd be mass kidnapping. It'd be mass kidnapping. They specifically, oh, the mask has just been knocked off. They specifically mention about.
Wear the mask of a saint, but it can't hide the crimes you've committed. You are the mastermind behind the global kidnapping case the WDO has been pursuing. People were abducted across the world and turned into food for homunculi at your factory.
I had no choice. They must eat in order to survive. Besides, I never took innocent people. I gathered
gathered criminals with no chance of rehabilitation and simply accelerated their sentencing. You saw the memo as well. Besides, they were all on death row anyway.
That doesn't make it right!
At any rate, that's not just my crime.
Huh?
The procurement of these ingredients was done with the full cooperation of the World Detective Organization.
WDO?
I couldn't have asked for a better source of information for the ingredients.
You were working with the World Detective Organization?
Actually, it's more accurate to say I took advantage of them.
Liar! The WDO wouldn't let themselves be used by you! You just flaunted their name to capture criminals! In fact, the WDO itself tasked us with investigating the global kidnapping case! If you were their accomplice, they wouldn't have issued that directive! And we would never have come to Kanai Ward to corner you like this!
You still think you've got me cornered? You really are clueless. The way I see it, you were all gathered at Kanai Ward for other reasons. Very well. Go on and use that simple brain of yours to expose my schemes!
Detectives were assembled. Wipe out the Master Detectives. Oust Yomi. To investigate unsolved mysteries. I think it was to wipe Omi out. Because then that would mean that, yeah. That was the last thing he needed, so I think it was that.
You really are clueless. The way I see it, you were all gathered at
I think it was to oust Omi.
other reasons. Very well. Go on and
Because then that means that he would be out of...
to expose my schemes!
Wasn't, wipe out the Master Detective. That would get him out of the director out of the way.
You used us. You hinted at unsolved mysteries and other global cases to lure us to Kanai Ward. Your true goal was to cast out Yomi, director of the Peacekeepers, since he was in your way.
Correct. Well, almost. You're so close. Yomi wasn't in my way. He was in Kanai Ward's way. If all he did was use the Peacekeepers to push his weight around, that would have been fine. But of all things, he was working with Dr. Weska, trying to leak homunculus information. If that happened, the unified government wouldn't remain silent. Kanai Ward's secrets would be exposed to the world. Still, I couldn't expel him myself. The Peacekeepers had grown too strong in this city.
You pitted us against the Peacekeepers, and you got what you wanted by eliminating Yomi.
So everyone gathering here, it was all part of that mask guy's plan?
Because you achieved your goal, you're trying to eliminate us? Now that we've outlived our usefulness?
Alright, he has, yeah, he has red blood. Is that red? I was gonna say he has red blood like the rest of them.
What happened to the other master detectives? Were you the one who bombed WDO headquarters?
They knew too much. I feel remorse for what had to be done. But the WDO was in this city's way.
In the way?
I had no choice. This city must remain a secret in order to survive.
having detectives snoop around everywhere was a nuisance. That's why I made them disappear.
You'll pay for this. Talking to a mystery phantom might be pointless, but I swear you'll regret this. You are evil incarnate! You used the WDO and slaughtered criminals like animals! You even killed my friends! For all the crimes you've committed, I'll bury your soul here!
I didn't expect to hear something so valiant from the likes of you. Tell me, do you really think you can do this? You're nothing but an empty shell of a man.
Don't give me that!
Master, don't let him egg you on. It's a trap. There's something off about this mystery phantom. He doesn't seem normal.
Huh? What do you mean? What is this?
The people of Kanai Ward! They're all mystery phantoms! There's too many of them! I've never seen anything like this!
All of them?
Kanai Ward must remain shrouded in mystery for everyone here to live in peace. Even they haven't realized they're homunculi yet. No. They must never know. It would be too cruel a fate. Their very existence is this city's mystery.
They are the mystery?
Take a good look. Aren't they pitiable? They're labeled as defective and must continue to live in a land without sun.
You made them that way!
To protect them! All of this was to protect them. Do you understand how much I've endured for them? I've committed atrocities to keep them fed. If any died, they were swiftly taken to the abandoned village. When anyone asked about the color of their blood, I said it was caused by the rain. This is all for their sake! I did it for them! They're outcasts from this world who can only survive within a cage of rain!
Master, don't start feeling sorry for phantoms. We're still inside the Mystery Labyrinth. If you can't solve the mystery, you'll be absorbed by the labyrinth and your soul will vanish.
I know. I've already made up my mind. I will expose the truth. Oh!
Master's mystery phantom is back?
This must be a mystery phantom created from your reluctance.
My reluctance? What good will come from solving mysteries? Who would be made happy by this? Shut up! How many people have died because of the mysteries I've solved?
He's getting bigger!
It's due to your uncertainty.
Why must mysteries be exposed? Why can't you just leave them alone? I didn't belong in this city in the first place.
Master!
It's true. I still don't know what's right. But I will fight my uncertainty. I won't let any mystery phantom deceive me. If you've draped this city in mystery, then I will unveil it with the truth.
Really? You think you've got what it takes?
Well said, Master.
But what mystery do I even solve here?
There's still one unanswered question. It's about him. You still haven't confirmed his true identity.
Ooh, Makoto? That's true. I still don't know who he really is. I've never seen the face beneath his mask. You're right. I have to figure out who he is. Thank you, Shinigami.
It's my job to keep you relying on me, Master.
You've got quite a capable assistant, oh mighty detective. I hope she doesn't end up becoming your burden.
Just stop. There's no need for the truth. The truth isn't needed in this city.
Let's do some deep cleaning on that stupid-looking, oversized trash.
Again with that? Come on. Okay, Shinigami. Let's lay it all out.
See what asking. What is Makoto? Makoto, I can already see it's homunculus. Makoto is a homunculus. Have to wait for the stuff to spin around. It's an easy one. I'm noticing that it's like lagging behind. For why that is the case?
The reason you're so desperate to defend Kanai Ward is because you're also a homunculus. That's why the blood you shed earlier was pink. The color of your blood proves it. Makoto Kagutsuchi, you are a homunculus! No, stop! If you expose anything else, you will only be hurting yourself! Huh?
I just saw that then. Makoto had question marks over his eyes. Well, like, not over his eyes, when his eyes were like that. Where was Makoto born? Organization, no. Amaterasu Lab. Wait, really? It wasn't the Amaterasu Lab. Okay, so it was. Should have waited. Actually, no, he couldn't have been born in the Amaterasu Lab.
So close. Come on. You're within reach of my mask.
It's the answer! You saved Kanai Ward during the Blank Week mystery.
Yeah, that's also something.
Affected by sunlight.
Yeah, so you couldn't have.
Which means you're not a defective homunculus.
Mm-hmm. What else?
3 years ago, right before you came to Kanai Ward, a homunculus escaped from the UG's
Ah, okay, that's who it is.
It was the only perfect homunculus specimen. That's what you are!
Yes, keep going. You can reach my mask if you just go a bit further.
Whose DNA is based on former CEO? No. But Yomi? No, it wouldn't be Yomi. It's number one.
Yes, keep going.
Because it can't be Yomi because Yomi is already. So does that, if it's number one, then that means that number one is involved with the. That's. I wasn't expecting that.
Perfect homunculus was based
Oh
on
right.
WDO's number one.
Right. I think I'm just.
Therefore, you must be the homunculus of number one Makoto Kagutsuchi!
He's a copy of number one?
He doesn't look like the number one we saw. So maybe his youth was restored when he became a homunculus. If you looked just like number one, it'd be easy for you to manipulate the WDO from the shadows. That's how you procure dangerous criminals as food for the homunculi here, isn't it?
I see. Number one. So that's my identity, huh? Right. Things are turning out as I expected. It's so refreshing when things go as you plan.
Planned?
But it's not over yet. You're still not done. You still haven't seen it!
What's with him? No matter how many mysteries I solve, it doesn't faze him.
Master, I'm sorry, but this could be really bad.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Something strange about this phantom. There's still something more to him. What is he hiding? It just feels off.
For now, let's figure it all out. Concentrate, Master!
Action. Identify what feels out of place. I don't know what I'm looking for. I haven't been paying much. Maybe the. What are the options we have? Mask, blood. I don't actually know. No, it's a.
I wonder how much that suit costs. Wait, what am I thinking?
Mask. Is it really just the blood?
Why is he always wearing a mask? Does he not want his face to be seen? Here.
It actually just was the blood. I don't know why that was.
Yeah, that is a suspicious spot.
Not sure why that was. Why that was going. When we already mentioned that before. But it was something else.
Speaking of which, that wound. Why is he still bleeding? All the other mystery phantoms I struck with the solution blade never bled like that.
Oh, I didn't even realize that was a.
So why?
He's not a mystery phantom.
Huh?
Oh, it's actually him.
I'm sure of it.
Yeah.
He wasn't created by the Mystery Labyrinth.
Then that's the real Makoto?
To
took you long enough to figure that out? Oh, mighty detective.
How did you enter the Mystery Labyrinth?
I'm getting bored of all this talk. Let's finish things. Next time I'll come at you full force. This will decide Kanai Ward's fate. Only one of us will leave here alive. Tell me your answer!
Master, you can't just go take a swing at him! We're inside the Mystery Labyrinth, so you have to solve mysteries!
What mysteries?
How a living person could make it inside here? You just might defeat him.
Usually, if it's
Question.
people let them in.
Alright, I'll try.
How did Makoto enter the mystery lock? The guy's power coalescence on coalescence. That's our power. Well, not is it our power or is it? It's what we presume our power to be.
Only those who have signed a pact with Shinigami can enter the Mystery Labyrinth. But there are exceptions. As the one who made the pact, those whose hands I've held with my coalescence can also enter the Mystery Labyrinth.
Master, when did you use coalescence with him?
Well, that's the strange part. I've never used coalescence with him. He doesn't have any ability I'd want to borrow to begin with.
Then how?
Let's see if you can overcome that.
Who used coalescence? It would have been us. Wait, sorry. Oh, we. Kodo did it then.
Let's see
Wait, why was it?
if you can overcome that mystery.
Is that really what we're supposed to? It can't be Shinigami. Shinigami wouldn't have known. I don't know why I.
I didn't use coalescence, and yet Makoto was able to enter the Mystery Labyrinth. So, Makoto used coalescence on me? He has the same power?
That's right. You got it. I used coalescence on you earlier. We should turn off the alarm before we celebrate our reunion. Aren't you worried about Kurumi's body? Here. Lend me a hand. I said, lend me a hand. And then you did. That was when you allowed me to activate coalescence.
But why are you able to use it? That power belongs to Shinigami!
That's where you're mistaken. Coalescence isn't Shinigami's power.
Huh?
Coalescence is the forte of the World
Oh.
Organization's #1.
Okay. So that means, are we number one?
Number one?
Because that means that we're number one.
What do you mean? If it's not Shinigami's power, then how can I?
Or we have a duplicate.
Shinigami? Why aren't you saying?
But she knows something.
What are you hiding?
I can't say. I promised.
Promised?
What's wrong? It's the end for you if you can't figure this out. I will end you!
Why am I able to use number one's forte?
Is the answer going to be we're number one? That would actually.
Wait, could it be? Is this related to my lost memories? That must mean my
Huma's true identity is number one. Be a number one, I guess.
The perfect homunculus was based on the DNA of the WDO's #1. Therefore, you must be the homunculus of #1 Makoto Kagutsuchi!
Yep, that's us. That's us.
That's impossible. So you finally reached the conclusion? Behold, the truth that you've been seeking all along. You are number 1 from the WDO, and I'm the homunculus created from your DNA. I'm number 1 of the World Detective Organization? That's why I can also use your coalescence. Even this solution blade was obtained with this power. But on the video feed, number 1 looks like an old man. That was a double. You're the one who put him there. Throughout the history of the WDO, those who become number 1 have rarely shown their faces to the public. They all had many enemies, making it problematic to be seen. It's standard protocol for directors to have doubles. And that old man was your double. Wait! What about me being a detective in training? Chief Yako said he investigated my background.
But a detective in training was also summoned.
Detective in training?
That's you, Yuma. Looks like you've been working toward being a detective at the WDO. You may be part of the organization, but you haven't earned your stripes just yet.
It's true that there is a trainee detective by the name of Yuma Cocohead. It's also a fact that he was summoned to the Amaterasu Express. Then you swapped places with the person named Yuma. I swapped with him? It seems he also came to Kanai Ward. I'm sure you've met with him several times. So, I'm not Yuma? Then the real Yuma Cocohead.
You have their identity as Yuma Cocohead. Oh, there's like a whole bunch of photos. You have their identity. Would be number 1, right?
No, that's not it!
Wait, this is just us.
Among the people I met in Kanai Ward, there should be someone who knows me.
Someone who knows us. I'm trying to think like what they mean by knowing us. Someone who knows us, like Shinigami knows who we are. Maybe it was Shinigami? What do I mean by know us? Like it can't be Makoto. Did Makoto already know who we were? I can't remember. Not that either.
No, that's not it.
Who knows us then? I'm trying to think who else knows us. Like, so there's someone who knew me. So who knew us? I don't remember who. Do I just keep guessing? I don't remember what. I don't know who they said that. Who did they say knew us? Among the people I met, there was someone who. There should be someone who knows me. I don't remember if Yomi did. I feel like this is a complete guess. I don't remember. I don't remember if there was anyone who knew who we were. Just gonna keep guessing until I get it right.
Among the people.
I don't remember this. Barman stole owner? I don't remember that I don't remember this at all. When did this happen? I don't remember this. I remember the character, but I don't remember this.
Was the man who kept running from me? That's correct.
I'm so confused as to how they got to that.
CEO after all. He's quit his job as a detective and opened up a food stand in Kanai Ward. He's the real trainee.
I don't know how that. I didn't even know.
You concealed your true identity and used him as a means to.
I just guessed that. I had no idea.
You knew you'd lose your memories signing the pact with Shinigami, and you couldn't just enter as number one. Even though your face isn't known, your cover could be blown if you use your forte. That's why you disguised yourself as the trainee. And, of course, you ensured he would keep it a secret as well. That's how he switched places? That's just my theory, anyway. Our minds work the same way, after all. I'm sure we would come up with the same plan. However, I'm sure he didn't expect you to come to Kanai Ward after swapping places. He arrived late on the original 5th car heading to Kanai Ward. Though a trainee, he's still a detective. He must have been wondering what happened after your agreement. But because of his promise to number one, he couldn't tell anyone about the situation. So all he could do was watch from afar. Is that why he always fled when he saw me? He must have been relieved seeing you get along with the other detectives. So he decided to make a living in this town using the special talents listed on his profile.
I reviewed your profile in the WDO records, and it turns out you have a phenomenal ability.
An ability? So I do have some sort of special power too?
Your record claims that you're a great cook.
Oh, okay. That's. I guess this makes sense. I did not know that. I didn't put that together at all.
You realize...
Yeah, I didn't put that together at all. I wasn't really thinking about it.
Are you really shocked? Naturally,
Now that makes sense.
sight. Because you and I have the same face. I'd hoped for a more heartfelt moment when I finally met my original. But that wasn't the case. I suppose that's because I knew you were a threat to Kanai Ward. If you knew, why didn't you do something about it? Why let us just roam free? As I said, you were useful to me until Yomi was dealt with. But more importantly, I was waiting for this moment. Waiting? To confront you here within the Mystery Labyrinth.
What do you mean?
I wish for you to vanish forever inside the labyrinth.
Huh?
If you vanish into the Mystery Labyrinth, I won't have to kill you directly. Which completes my perfect crime. Just like perfect crime? With the original gone, I will become the real one. I will become both the CEO of Amaterasu Corporation and #1 of the World Detective Organization. I'll be invincible! That was your goal all along? Exactly. I'll let you enter both the restricted area and this Mystery Labyrinth. Using Coalescence to come here was part of my plan.
so I can kill you here!
You think you can take over the world or something? I swear every final boss is the same.
Oh, not at all. With the WDO under my control, there would be no need for anyone to keep sticking their nose in our business. The mystery of Kanai Ward will forever remain a secret. I only have one wish. To protect the citizens of this city. For the homunculi of Kanai Ward to live in peace. I'll do anything to accomplish that. I don't care what I must sacrifice. I will protect Kanai Ward. And you will die here. Your death is necessary for Kanai Ward's peace. To this city, you are the real evil, detective. If you expose the truth, many people will suffer. I won't let you do that just to satisfy your ego. No matter how hard you try to destroy this peaceful world, I'll fight back using your own brain against you. Homunculi may not be human, but they have the right to live too. I won't let anyone take that away, even if you are #1 of the WDO!
Sorry, your plan isn't gonna work. I won't let you kill Master in this labyrinth. The real one won't just stand by, no matter what the imposter is plotting. Master?
If this is the truth I've been seeking all this time, maybe I should sacrifice myself here.
What?
If what he said is true, it sounds like I'm the one threatening the peace in this city. You're finally starting to get it. Yes, that's the truth. You are a threat, trying to destroy this wonderful world.
What are you saying?
You discarded your pride as a detective and made a pact with a death god to go around killing people. You are dangerous. If you're not stopped, you will destroy all of Kanai Ward. That's why I must defeat you, to protect this city!
He's wrong, Master! You don't need to listen to anything he says!
I've reaped the souls of many criminals. I told myself their sacrifices were necessary for others to be happy. But by that logic, if I disappeared, it would be a small price to pay to protect the city's happiness, right? Which means it's my turn. I can't run away from this just because it's happening to me. I should be sacrificed for the sake of everyone else.
Wait, Master, remember what you promised! You said you'd never turn away from the truth!
That's right, but I saw the truth. I actually know what it is now. And now that I do, I've realized something. If I expose the truth about this city and tell the world, what will happen to Kurumi and the others?
That doesn't matter! We're in the middle of solving this mystery labyrinth!
It does matter! This is their problem! I may be an outsider, but this directly affects them! Will the Yuchi go after them again? Is there any way for them to live without persecution? When I think about what's best, it's obvious I should sacrifice myself. Yes, that's the correct decision. Not as a detective, but as a human being. Doing that will allow the people of Kanai Ward to continue living in peace.
people. Which means I have to remain here. For the good of everyone I love.
I just realized I was in control now. I wonder if anything here has changed, actually. I haven't been in the menu in a while. And nothing there has been updated. Talent running away. Realize that just got updated to that. Oh, lessons. Forte, the World Association number 1, Yuma. Makoto, the Homunculus number 1 has the same ability. That would be just this thing here as well. I can't. Won't let me move or do anything. You can only look around. Can't do anything else. And so I can't move, but I can rotate the camera.
Master, you idiot! You want to sacrifice yourself?
Wait, put her in the abdominal stretch. Gonna put us in the abdominal stretch now. Still expecting this.
You're shouldering everything alone, and I've lost sight of who you are. That makes you no better than him. You're not alone. You've got a kind, teasing, needy, adorable puppy partner by your side.
I didn't ask for this. I don't remember asking for your powers.
You may not remember, but I do! You needed me. I'll never forget the words of the old you, Master. I haven't seen a human in a while. Everyone's scared of me, so I've been stuck in the WDO library for as long as I can remember. So, you really want to form a pact with me?
Oh, this is like at the.
Look like you're in trouble or
This
anything.
is right at the start. This is.
Let's just say I'm dealing with some special circumstances, and I need your help.
Oh, you want me that badly,
Where I'm going, the truth is suppressed, even when the mystery is solved. That's why I need you. You have a way to circumvent that.
You're really depending on me, huh? I may be cute, but I'm still a death god, you know. You gotta pay a fitting price to make a pact with me.
I know. If it means perfectly solving the world's mysteries, I don't mind selling my soul. Emotions must be discarded to reach a perfect solution through a perfect deduction. That
Oh, you've got a few screws in your head loose, don't ya? Why are you so hung up on solving mysteries anyway?
to make everyone happy, of course.
Huh?
I want to eradicate all unsolved mysteries from this world and bring happiness to everyone. Although it's a known fact that some truths are cruel in nature. But exposing the truth to make everyone happy is the perfect solution in my mind.
Are you serious? What does that even mean?
I want to make a world where no one weeps while imprisoned by unsolved mysteries. Is it really so strange to wish for that? I want to eradicate all unsolved mysteries from this world and bring happiness to everyone. I said that?
When you found out someone created a homunculus of you, and that it was part of the great global mystery, you formed a pact with me to settle things with yourself. And that's the path you chose for your perfect solution. You even sacrificed your memories and your position as number one to make it happen. So my being here with you is proof of your relentless will! What's right or wrong can change depending on who you ask. There are infinite correct answers, but the truth is different. There's only one definite truth, and that's what's inside this mystery labyrinth. Whether it's correct or not is a separate issue that you can figure out after the mystery is solved. But right now, you have to expose the truth. Otherwise, nothing can be solved. If you give that up, then your life as a detective, everything you've done up to this moment, it'll all be for nothing. Master, you're not alone. If you can't do it by yourself, then rely on me, just like you always do. We may not be the best partners in the world, but we make a pretty good pair. So, don't call it quits by yourself.
Exposing the truth to make everyone happy is the perfect solution. I'm not the old me anymore. There's no way I can do it. But there is something I haven't given up on. I want to bring happiness to everyone. I believe that from the bottom of my heart. So, I'll keep solving mysteries. Happiness shrouded in mystery isn't real happiness.
Master!
Real happiness. Happiness not shrouded in mystery.
You believe that could exist in Kanai?
I see. He's a mystery phantom of you, not me. You think you can achieve this so-called perfect solution?
A copy couldn't accomplish it, but you think you can? Just because you're the original? You're an empty empty shell of a man who has lost his memories. Do you honestly think you can make everyone happy?
I'm by your side, Master.
I know, Shinigami. Let's expose these mysteries together. My memories and my past don't matter. I will solve it all as Yuma Coco Head!
Okay, this one's the front.
Years ago, Amaterasu Corporation received a request from the UG to research homunculi. The UG planned to use these immortal
Oh, never mind.
military purposes.
Oh.
A massive amount of money was poured into the research, and Amaterasu and
Never mind. I was like, what's going on here? It's like, and it's like, oh, it's a.
their own research facility, which pit the two organizations against each other.
I was just standing around, and it's like, what's going on? Like,
The UG facility finally succeeded in creating a homunculus. This was the birth of the homunculus based on the top detective of the WDO, number 1. The first of its kind in the world. You, Makoto Kagutsuchi!
I was like, wondering what was going on, and I was like, why am I on the other side? Also, this area, for some reason, like, reminds me of the ending of Kingdom Hearts 3 with, like, the multiple Xehanort clones and stuff.
The facts only matter to one of them, Master. So, find the real guy and throw the truth right in his face. Let's go!
Yeah, let's! I can't back down! I won't lose! Stay out of my way!
Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Was it the real one? How do I know the difference between which one's the fake and which one's the real one? I think the one that has the non-colored mask thing on his. A. That's A. I think I'm supposed to hit the one that has just the normal mask on. Say it's A, right?
The only successful specimen in existence. Your creation was the root cause of the grand mystery this city got dragged into. To eradicate all unsolved mysteries.
Now we're at the point.
And
We have
bring
to.
happiness to everyone. As your foe, I want the same thing. And that's why I'll protect everyone in Kanai Ward. These pitiful homunculi didn't ask to be made, and neither did I. The Peacekeepers Yomi held the real...
Okay, now we're gonna do this again.
Upon hearing of the UG facility's successful experiment, Amaterasu panicked and extracted blood from all the residents of Kanai Ward to initiate Project Homunculus. defective homunculi went berserk after exposure to sunlight, ravaging the city. This is the Blank Week mystery. You arrived at the city during these events and tried to rectify things. You made the rain cloud generator to plug out the sun and brought the people back to their senses. But the original residents had already been wiped out by then. The homunculi didn't remember anything from the Blank Week, returning to their lives thinking they were human. And the Yuji decided to exterminate Kanai Ward along with the defective homunculi.
This part's not hard. Like, it's just a matter of making sure that we hit the right clone and that we hit all the leveling back.
Have to defeat you! I have to save everyone! But when you found out about the Yuji's inhumane research, you blackmailed them to cover up the events of the Blank Week mystery.
Fuck man, I've covered the events. Oh, because it's oh, I thought we had to push something, but no, it's just we don't.
I did whatever was necessary to protect Kanai Ward. Ironically, all that did was create more unsolved mysteries. Still, I wanted to protect the homunculi. I had to. If I didn't, who would? After your negotiations with the UG, Kanai Ward became isolated and independent. True to his word, the former CEO of Amaterasu abdicated his position to you. You immediately put an end to the homunculus research. This was to prevent the creation of any more tragic homunculi, and to hide their existence from the world.
I understand why this exists, but it just feels like we're doing the same thing.
WDO.
Like, there's no health bar, there's no, it's just pretty much, oh, you have to do this to get to the thing, and it's not even that difficult. Like, you lose health if you miss something.
Here I go.
Now, all of the ones have masks. You gotta be really quick on this. Some of these were going along faster than others. Like, we had to do it all the way from the beginning. Some of these are really fast.
These criminals were turned into food for the city's homunculi. This is the truth behind the global kidnapping case. Emotions must be discarded to reach a perfect solution.
Yeah, see, everything here we're doing is just repelling everything. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter which statements we hit, because all of them
It's always been like
are incorrect, I think, because it's...
things changed when I discovered I was a homunculus. I've become someone else since I learned there were others like me. Director Yomi was your biggest obstacle in protecting the homunculi of Kanai Ward. He and Dr. Wesker were planning to leak information about them to the outside world. Conai Ward's secret had been made public, and UG would have been forced to act. Yomi grew too powerful, so you summoned master detectives to Conai Ward to get rid of him for you. Once gathered here, we faced off with the Peacekeepers just like you wanted. You helped Chief Yako get his revenge from behind the scenes, taking Dr. Wesker and Yomi out of the picture.
I think the only thing that might happen is if we leave them, he gets to attack. So this reminds me of Kingdom Hearts, like the stuff with the swords. This looks like the move that Riku and Sora use. They don't give you a lot of time.
I may be alone, but I'll still fight. I have to defeat you. I have to save everyone. I have to do it.
Oh, we have to hit it like multiple times.
Thanks, Shinigami. This is everything that happened in Kanai Ward. Makoto Kagutsuchi. Using Kanai Ward as your excuse. You tried to enshroud everything, including your own crimes, in mystery.
Right. Second. Is it just gonna fall off? Don't get any cutscene. Oh. Fine, we're about to get this.
The real perfect solution. The
It's
only
better.
difference is the world hasn't caught up to me yet. The WD
Oh, we can't even cut. I was gonna say we can't even hit some of these.
The unified government will soon fall into my hands. So I believed. But I can only lie to the people of Kanai Ward for so long. We're coming to a tipping point. I know the end will come eventually. But there's no turning back.
They are starting to disappear into the ground before I can even hit them. If I can get any extra ones, it'd be fine, but I mean, we're at the end of the game at this point, so it's not a big deal.
What can I do to save everyone?
All this time, I've carried this burden alone. I can't take it anymore. Somebody help me.
You did it, Master!
Sorry, Shinigami. Can you wait a bit? You wanted someone to stop you from the beginning, didn't you? Were you hoping to be punished for your crimes? Is that why you led me here? I don't fight to lose. As the real me, you should know that. Only one of us will leave this Mystery Labyrinth. My intention was to review our answers here. It looks like the conclusion has been made. I realized something the first time I came to this city. There was no perfect solution for Kanai Ward's mysteries. There's a great contradiction here. In order to follow through with the perfect solution, I had to commit another crime. I despise unsolved mysteries more than anyone else. And yet, I ended up creating even more. The mysteries have consumed me. Kanai Ward can't be trapped in the rain for much longer. You can't live in a world of lies forever. We have to put an end to this. I guess we do. I know it's our only option. But can you really do it? It's a cruel decision to make. What's wrong? If you refuse, you'll be yielding to me. I'll become death, or the devil himself for the sake of Kanai Ward. Now, choose. Either you reap my soul, destroy the
Oh, is there
expose the truth of Kanai Ward.
They're like two decisions, two endings.
Give up and remain here forever. What is your solution?
Master, I already said everything I wanted to say. In the end, it's your decision. I believe in you.
What's wrong?
I wonder if there's two alternate, like, I wonder if there's an alternate.
You will die here instead.
I wonder if there's an alternate ending. We'll solve it all as Yuma Cokehead. My memories of my past don't matter. I will solve it all as Yuma Cokehead. So I'll keep solving mysteries. Happiness. Shredded mystery isn't real happiness. I'm gonna bring happiness to everyone. There's something I haven't given up on. I believe that from the bottom of my heart. And I'm not the old me anymore. There's no way I can do it, but... Okay. I wasn't expecting there to be more clues. Where is... Oh, all this stuff has been... Yuma was actually number one at the World Safety Organization, and Makoto was a homunculus created from Yuma's DNA at the research facility of the Unified Government. Seeing those successful results, the Amaterasu Corporation then conducted the Project Homunculus experiment on all of the residents of Kanai Ward. However, that experiment was a failure, creating the defective homunculi. The defective homunculi killed all of the residents of Kanai Ward and took the place of the original people. Now the defective homunculi remembered the mayhem of their numbers, resulting in the blank weak mystery. The residents of Kanai Ward had never realized that they were all homunculi. To protect the homunculi, Makoto isolated the entire city and stopped the homunculus research. He then gathered dangerous criminals from all over the world as ingredients for the meat buns used as sustenance for the homunculi. Yuma only had two options to choose from. He could either reap Makoto's soul as the true culprit, thereby destroying the Mystery Labyrinth and exposing the truth, or he could give up on revealing the truth and remain in the Mystery Labyrinth. The path that Yuma chose was. So that means I'm guessing they're giving us a choice. Interesting. Okay, can I talk?
I believe in you.
I mean, I'm guessing we're gonna get them all. Obviously, I want to make sure I get, like, the true ending, so that would be destroying it, I would think.
Choose. Either you reap my soul, destroy the Mystery Labyrinth, and expose the truth of Kanai Ward, or give up and remain here forever. What is your solution?
I mean, I feel like we have to...
Master, I already said everything I wanted to say. In the end, it's your decision.
I feel like there's two different ways to go. If we stayed in the Mystery Labyrinth, it's probably gonna, like... I want to just make sure that we have We have to destroy the Mystery Labyrinth.
If you choose to destroy the Mystery Labyrinth, I'll reap the culprit's soul like I always do. That will destroy the Mystery Labyrinth and kill the culprit. It would solve the global kidnapping case, but there would be chaos in Kanai Ward. The world will know about the homunculi. And who
Is there even, like...
and the city,
I guess we do get to make the decision.
I really don't know what to do.
Exposing the truth to make everyone happy is the perfect solution. The only way to do that is...
Okay, I guess we can go and see what both of them are.
If you choose to stay in the Mystery Labyrinth, there is nothing I can do. Eventually, it will absorb your soul, and you'll vanish without a trace. If that's the conclusion you choose, I'll see you to the very end. Although he didn't sign a pact, he came here using coalescence. Which means that once you vanish, coalescence will shut off, and he'll be kicked out of this place. In other words, he'll be the only one to escape the Mystery Labyrinth.
Exposing the truth to make everyone happy is the perfect solution. The only way to do that is...
It's mentioning here, it's like we get two decisions, and I'm thinking, well, this decision's not going to think, because he's mentioning in both lots of decisions here, exposing the truth to make everyone happy is the perfect solution. The only way to do that is, if you're going to expose the truth, staying in the Mystery Labyrinth is going to expose... so there's only one correct option. The only correct option that we have is to destroy the Mystery Labyrinth. The only option that we have.
Are you sure? Is this your solution?
Because it says perfect solution. This is destroying the Mystery Labyrinth is what we need to do. Because picking the other decision is not going to destroy the Mystery Labyrinth. It's going to we would stay there and eventually die. Shinigami would never go back, and then he would eventually get booted out and then come back.
That's a relief. I knew you'd make the right choice.
So I'm guessing that there's a separate ending that you can do.
I can finally let it end. No, I won't be the one to destroy the Mystery Labyrinth. What? I'd only need to gather evidence and expose Kanai Ward's secrets to solve this case. There is no place for emotion in that. But that's not how I want things to be. That's not the perfect solution I'm looking for. It's not the perfect solution unless everyone is saved. Do you still not get it? Idealism solves nothing. It's not just about my ideals. I have a plan. What are you going to do? I've put a lot of thought into this. When it comes to the perfect solution that can bring true happiness to the people of Kanai Ward, there is no answer. In the end, detectives are just outsiders. I don't believe a solution brought by an outsider will make everyone happy. So instead, why not let the people of Kanai Ward decide for themselves?
What do you mean by that?
Tell everyone in Kanai Ward the truth, and let them choose their own futures. Have the people decide how to fix this problem. You're leaving it to others to solve? That's your solution? It's not my solution, it's everyone's. I'll let everyone in Kanai Ward do what I can't do on my own. Even if a great detective reached out from above, they would never touch the people here. Only the city's residents can solve the contradictions facing them. Do you really think they can accept the truth? I'm sure of it. I believe in them. And I'm sure you do too. After all, you love the people of Kanai Ward. So whether it's right or wrong, at least it's something everyone will decide upon together. That would be for the best. I think that is the perfect solution this city needs.
But how do you intend on telling everyone the truth? They might not.
That's where you come in. I want you to directly tell them everything. Not as the homunculus of the WDO's #1, but as Amaterasu's CEO, who has been protecting Kanai Ward. I think everyone will listen to you. I want you to work together with everyone who lives in this city to find the answer to this unsolvable mystery. Solving the mystery in the real world will destroy the Mystery Labyrinth that was spawned from it. Right?
Labyrinth is the physical embodiment of a mystery in the real world, after all. If the mystery in the real world vanishes, so will its manifestation here.
That settles it. You need to leave here alive so you can destroy the Mystery Labyrinth from the real world. And you intend to stay here, in my place?
Master, I think you already know this, but that means you will die.
Yeah, I know. Are you sure about this? You're sacrificing your own life just to let others find the solution. I can't believe a detective would make that choice. No, probably not. But remember, I'm just a trainee. I've done everything alone until now. Even before coming to this city when I was the WDO's #1. I've always decided everything on my own to try to reach the perfect solution. We share the same DNA, and yet, you're trusting someone else to find the solution for you? This feels weird to say to myself, but you're brilliant. That's why you've placed all the burden on yourself, but you're taking on more than you can carry. On the other hand, even though I've lost so much, I was able to grow from it. I'm far from perfect, so all I can do is rely on others to make up for my shortcomings.
You do always rely on others whenever you're in trouble.
But to rely on others, well, it's like you're entrusting yourself to them. You believe in them and put your fate in their hands. If you can't figure out the perfect solution, then why not entrust it to someone else?
Well, that's one sure way for Master to solve this. You're always letting others make up your mind for you.
Can you cancel coalescence on your own? Yes. Whoever wields coalescence can revoke it at any time. And if coalescence is cancelled, what will happen to him?
He was never supposed to be in here to begin with, so he'll be tossed back into the real world.
Well then, all that's left is for you to end your coalescence. I'll stay here and wait for you to destroy the Mystery Labyrinth from the real world.
I'm sure your soul will vanish before then, Master.
And what if I betrayed you instead? Even if I leave, I may not tell everyone the truth. You would never do that. It's how I know I can trust you with this.
You'll never be a great detective, Master. I've been saying it all along, but you're just too naive.
You're right about that. You've got a good partner. I see. You used to solve everything on your own. But since you accepted the help of your partner, and surpassed your former self. How ironic. Very well. You can count on me. I'll take care of the rest. I'm now going to cancel my coalescence.
Well, he's gone.
Yeah.
By the way, Master, you can still reconsider this. If the soul of the real culprit gets reaped, the Mystery Labyrinth will be destroyed as usual. Right. I know. But destroying the Mystery Labyrinth from outside is a smart idea for a goober like you. Though you did drop the ball right at the end.
Even now, you can't be nice? It may not be the perfect solution I wanted, but if everyone in Kanai Ward understands...
Aww, but it's such a shame. I wanted to make you a detective greater than #1 himself. But I guess this is it.
Whoa, what's going on?
Hmm? What do you mean? It's the Mystery Labyrinth's emergency exit.
Emergency exit?
Emergency exit, huh? Well,
Oh, I remember this. God, yeah, I remember that. Yeah. I was wondering, we never actually ever used that in.
but it doesn't solve anything. You'll just go right back to the mess you came from. Besides, to use the emergency exit, you'll have to pay a heavy, heavy price.
And that is...
Don't worry about it. Using it here wouldn't help anyway.
Huh? This door is the emergency exit?
You'll go back to the moment Makoto was pointing a gun at you, before we entered the Mystery Labyrinth. But he should be fine now, so I'm sure you can leave without worry.
Wait, hold on. It's that easy? What about the heavy price?
Oh, that. It's not much. It'll just cancel our pact.
What?
But if that happens, your memories will come back. Maybe this would actually be better for you.
I can get my memories back? If I go through that door?
You got it.
But what will happen to you if our pact is canceled?
Nothing you should worry about. Once you end our pact, you'll forget all about me and the Mystery Labyrinths.
Huh? Why?
That's how it goes with Death Gods. It's why our existence isn't exactly widely known. The same goes for the people who entered the Mystery Labyrinth using coalescence. They forget all about it.
But what will happen to you? Will you return to the book?
I can either return to the Book of Death and sleep for centuries, or vanish with this Mystery Labyrinth. I actually have no idea. It's the first time anybody's used the emergency exit. But I figured it'd be okay to let you use it, Master. Anyway, I guess this is goodbye. What's with that face? You should be happy right now. You'll get your memories back and finally be free of your annoying partner.
How could I be happy about this? You've helped me so much. there any way we can leave here together?
Don't do that, Master. You should be saying, I never want to see your ugly face again, and take off like you just hit the jackpot. You should tell me that you hated our time together. Otherwise, you'll make me second-guess myself. Hey! Before you lost your memories, you solved cases without anyone's help, right?
So I've heard. I don't remember, though.
Well, because you lost your memories, you were forced to depend on others. You and Number 1 began walking different paths. But in the end, you solved the mystery of Kanai Ward, even when your past self couldn't. Maybe before you lost your memories, you planned for all of this to happen. You figured out that the perfect solution you could come up with on your own wasn't enough. So maybe you trusted the version of yourself that lost his memories to find it. And then you went and trusted the people of Kanai Ward, Master.
That's all the more reason why I don't want to forget our time together. Otherwise, I'll never be able to apologize to you enough.
There's no other way. That's just how it works. Well, if by some miracle you remembered for just a moment. I hope you make your wish come true. You know, about wanting to eradicate all unsolved mysteries in the world and making people happy. Hey, come on, Master! Boys aren't supposed to cry!
I can't help it.
Come on, pull yourself together. You better stand up and walk straight, even without yours truly. I'm putting my trust in you, Master.
Yeah, I promise. One day, I'll show you a world where everyone is happy. I swear.
Good. There's no time. You better hurry, or the Mystery Labyrinth will absorb you.
Right, yeah, I guess we are coming very, very close to the end now. So... Um... He could either reap Makoto's souls to Cobra, thereby destroying the Mystery Labyrinth and exposing the truth, or he could give up on revealing the truth and remain in the Mystery Labyrinth, the path that Yuma chose. You might have read that, but I can't remember. Also, we're looking for Mystery Labyrinth emergency exit, a method to escape the Mystery Labyrinth without completing it. In exchange, the pact with Shinigami will be cancelled, and all memories relating to the Mystery Labyrinth will. We've already chosen our solution. It's already a thing. Also, Makoto's still here. Well, Makoto's not here anymore, I should say.
Oh, hold on! Bye-bye, Master.
Thank you, Shinigami.
something. I'm used to being alone. And that solves everything. Doesn't it?
I couldn't even skip any of those things. It wouldn't let me. There was only that one thing that was there.
I've gotten that trainee detective to agree. The preparations are complete. Now, let's begin.
I'll be taking all your memories. You sure about this? I would think number one of the WDO could solve the case all on his own.
No. Where I'm going, that's not sufficient to make everyone happy. Besides, it's best to pack light for a journey.
You sound like someone about to commit suicide.
I'm signing a pact with a death god. It's basically the same as dying.
You're right about that. I mean, you'll be a different person when you wake up.
Look after me when I do. I know you won't be able to say much due to our pact, but please guide me on the path to becoming a detective. I'm putting my trust in you.
You really are crazy. Nobody should trust a death god with their life.
I have a feeling you and I will do well together.
You sure you're brave enough to be my partner? You're not gonna whine the whole time, are you? Well, since you've entrusted yourself to me, I'll be your mentor. I'll turn you from a little fledgling to a great detective.
I look forward to it.
Now, let's begin. Are you ready to give everything for the truth?
Yes, of course. And about what you asked earlier. I'm serious. I will show you a world where everyone is happy. Even if it's a different version of me, I promise I'll make it happen.
So you're fine with every part of the pact?
Yes, of course.
You better keep your end of the bargain. Even if you forget all about me. Cross your heart and hope to die, Master.
Alright, that is the end of saying chapter 5, and the game isn't over yet. Usually I won't start talking about this stuff until the credits begin, just so that we can, just so that we... Cool. Yeah, that corporate selection one, it's like, I don't know what went wrong there. Still not over yet, because there hasn't been any credits, and they haven't, been saved in like 3 hours. Ah, there is an epilogue. Okay, there we go. There is an epilogue. That means that we, still not over yet. Must be close though, if they're saying epilogue. So I mean, it's 5 cases in the chapters, and then a prologue and epilogue. Where the prologue, well, chapter 0 was essentially a prologue. Well, no, sorry, there was chapter 0, which was essentially a case. So there's 6 cases, and then there was like a prologue in between 0 and chapter 1. So
More rain. Same as always. Until recently, I despised this rain. I thought it was just dark and sad. But now I see it differently. It's a gentle rain, protecting us. A strange illusion appears when I look up at it. The rain isn't falling on me, but rather, I am ascending toward it. At least, that's how it feels. Well, I suppose that's enough sentimentality for today. Time to go shopping.
Hey, Drunken Serpent, welcome. Welcome to the stream. We are, yeah, we've just reached the epilogue of the, game, so going pretty well. Going pretty well. We've just. What game is this? It is essentially. I don't know if you've played the Danganronpa games. It's very similar to that. This is Master Detective Archives Raincode. Think less, like school trip, execution style, and think detective-based game instead of a. I don't know how you would explain it. It's a mystery game, trying to solve cases. But you've got like Danganronpa. You've got like Danganronpa style graphics, Danganronpa style things like that. It's basically that. It's basically like that. And then you also have Persona elements as well. Persona elements. That's the best way I could probably explain it. But yeah, we're at the epilogue now, so we're actually very close to finishing. So a few months have passed since Yuma and Makoto's showdown. Kurumi was preparing to go on a journey. That's the best way I would explain. I would say this is it's made by the same people who made Danganronpa. So Danganronpa plus Persona plus Phoenix Wright. I guess that's probably the best way to explain the game. Right, get this. Lot of stuff here. Where did I finish off? It was here. Really? Actually, where is the section that tells me, hey, like, we have to make a decision? Defeating Makoto, Yuma decided people of Kana would know the truth and decide their own fates, choosing their own perfect solution. Needing his help, Yuma entrusted the future of the city to Makoto and sent him out of the Mystery Labyrinth. Yuma waited for his demise, but Shinigami opened an emergency exit for him. However, in exchange of using it, Yuma's contract with Shinigami would end, and all his memories and of her and the Mystery Labyrinth would be erased. Promising to show Shinigami a world where everybody was happy, Yuma went through the exit and left the Mystery Labyrinth. Alright, so, yeah, we're pretty much right back to, well, we're not back to the start. We are on our way to, I guess, completing it, because, updated here as well. So we have a birth date now. Our birthday is May 22nd. Wait a second. May 22nd, is that the date that the game came out? I don't know now. That might be something interesting. For some reason that date sounds familiar. Not actually Yuma Coco Head, whose true identity is #1 of the World Detective Organization, realizing the great global mystery involved his own homunculus. He made a contract with Shinigami to solve the mystery, losing his memory in the process. He then switched places with the real Yuma Kokohead and went to Kanai Ward as trainee detective Yuma. He sent Makoto out of the Mystery Labyrinth before escaping through the emergency exit. This voided his contract with Shinigami, and he headed off alone, losing all memory of their time together. And once Forte's coalescence, the ability to make use of another's Forte by receiving that and holding his hand. Yeah, so pretty much we just finished. Almost. But we have a little bit of an epilogue, which get through before the credits roll, I think. Doesn't look it's changed. After number 1 opened the Book of Death in the WD library, Shinigami agreed to a pact to help him rid the world of unsolved mysteries, and bring happiness to everyone. The two then came to Kanai Ward together. Believing that Yuma would fulfill his promise to show her a world where everyone was happy, she opened an emergency exit from the Mystery Labyrinth. She saw him off as he left, thinking that he would have no memory of their time together. After his body was transported to the restricted area, Yako retained his faculties and refrained from attacking people. He later entrusted Yuma with a DVD containing footage of the Project Homunculus experiment. Number 1's body double. Surrounded by enemies on all sides, number 1 issues orders to the detectives via the double in order to keep his trinity hidden. A lot of people have actually been updated in this. That's changed there. When it was in truth the homunculus of number 1, created at a unified government research facility, his goal has always been to protect the homunculi of Kanai Ward, and he is prepared to do absolutely anything to obtain it. Following a fierce battle with number 1 inside the Mystery Labyrinth, Makoto has become steward of Kanai Ward, working endlessly to protect the homunculi living in it. It's kind of hard to explain everything that happened in the one thing. That's the best way that I would have to explain it. All of those games into one. But it's very Danganronpa-esque. Definitely very Danganronpa-esque. While investigating the restricted area with Yuma, she reunited with her murdered friend, Aiko, and was finally able to say farewell. Two years ago, Preska conducted a Project Homunculus experiment. Its failure reduced the defective homunculi, which killed the I'm currently just trying to get through all the rest of these, just so that we can get to the end. Once we get to the credits, I'll start discussing everything that I think about the game overall, and then we'll see what else, if there's anything else afterwards. There is a lot to go through. Homunculi have kind of the following characteristics. They retain the memories and abilities the originals had when the DNA was extracted. They go berserk if they come into contact with sunlight. They become sick if they do not eat human flesh. After dying, they'll revive in one day, but their intelligence is lost in the process, turning them into zombie-like beings that only seek human flesh, and their blood is pink. We'll get back into the gameplay in a second. Just information about the chapter was added to the figurine here. Oh, okay, I see what it's saying. It's saying that certain ones are only available in certain points. This would have been helpful earlier. Yeah, so Chapter 4, it's only available in Chapter 4 to get this one. I did not realize this. So, apparently the one that we missed here, it only spawns in Chapter 4, but I didn't know that we went and visited this particular area. This particular area we visited in Chapter 4, I just didn't... we visited the particular area that this was in Chapter 4, as well as previous chapters, but the actual collectible was only available in Chapter 4, as opposed to how you can see some of those other ones where they're available in the first 4 chapters, so now I understand what's gone wrong there. Let's get back into the gameplay. It looks like we're playing as Kurumi now, which is so, starting to feel like the rain isn't so bad.
Yes.
It does protect us after all. Thought I'd feel this way. I don't know if I'm getting led on a certain path or not, but I'd like to be able to explore and talk to everyone first.
Wow.
It's too much. What happened? Since restrictions on imports have been lifted, the bookstore's getting all sorts of magazines delivered. There are so many male idols I don't know. What should I do? Who should I choose? Buy more magazines. to work more so I can stand more idols. I was about to say stand more kids. Good luck. Check something. Yeah, okay. I'm guessing we can't go to certain areas. But I'll try. I wanna talk to everyone.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're not open yet. I don't know if any of this is still the same, but I guess we'll find out in a second. But yeah, this is more there's more exploring. Read a variety of books compared to before. Amaterasu Corporation must have been keeping a tight grip over what was made available. Don't need to be afraid of them anymore. People can deal in anything they like now. Obviously, Danganronpa. The thing with Danganronpa is the exploring is different. Like this is obviously completely different to how Danganronpa would do things. But I think it's really well done. Very fun game. You go to Etheria Academy, I bet you're real classy. Many regular students there as well. Such a serious response, you really are classy. Really not. Well, who am I to say? Sorry. Everything now. Like modern cars, but vintage ones like this are cool too. Which car best suits an informant? Maybe it'd be cool if I ditched the ride entirely and just appeared out of nowhere like a phantom.
Let me see.
And I can make all the money I want. Let's go. Amaterasu Corporation can't touch me. In fact, my new company will be even bigger. Men's restroom, not even an informant like myself has any business going in here. Don't anyone's heading into the wrong restroom just for the sake of gathering info. You're saying she's an informant? That's interesting because... How much time to this is my shopping list? Okay, so we... She's mentioned that she's an informant. Must be a reason for that. Buy my little girl some picture books. New ones from outside Kanai would have been coming in. Also, they never explained what happened to the other. Well, I guess I did explain what happened to the other master detectives, but they didn't. I would have preferred if they did something different. Come on, Mama, let's go already. There's so many books I want. It's great. Which books are you getting? White Stuffed Caterpillar, I Calicos, and The Big Ship That Would. Those all sound great. Why don't we go get them before they sell out? Okay, good rain to you, lady. Good rain to you.
Here.
Now we can easily get goods from the outside world. Would have been unimaginable before. I can't go out of the... It won't let me leave, but it will let me at least, like, talk to everyone that's around here. Which we will do.
I see.
Amaterasu Corporation isn't keeping us from leaving anymore. Go anywhere I want. Kind of feels strange. Yeah, I want to talk to everyone first, and then we'll go and do what we have to do, just so that, we have, like, some sort of finality to it. I also need to make sure I go down as well, if possible. Don't know if I can go in here yet. Okay, we can go inside. Well, actually, maybe I'll leave this one. We can go downstairs as well. Hey. We heard Marunamon has recovered nicely since the flooding. Really, that's great. Apparently that ex-peacekeeper Martina is keeping a handle on things over there. Well, she's absolutely gorgeous. Long live Miss Martina, am I right? My impression of her from the theater club incident was that she ruled with an iron fist, but... Speak badly of Miss Martina just now? Not at all, I didn't say anything. I think all the pipes are a big eyesore. Because of these pipes that Kanai water was able to exist. What is it? This pesky peacekeeper's finally chilled out, so why don't you leave me alone too? Yeah, I really, really enjoyed playing this. And it's a really long length as well, which is good. Hello, you don't talk to me. Everyone's walking around without a care in the world. A lot of... Longer than what I was expecting, actually. Can't talk to them. Why people do graffiti? Sort of talent, they should draw something appropriate. Then cursed this rain, but it was protecting us all along. That's surprising, huh? No, we've been told our bodies aren't normal. This is our new normal, I guess. So we'll just have to stay true to ourselves and enjoy our lives. Okay, so that confirms what happened. So that means Makoto has told the truth and told everyone about what's going on, which is nice. I get a suspicion that we may still be alive, only because why would we have the emergency exit if we weren't allowed to leave? I guess we'll find out in a second. A lot of, like, one other person to talk to here, I think. No alcohol could taste this good. Been sleeping in the office every night till yesterday, so the old lady won't get mad if I have a few drinks. Don't forget to pace yourself.
Hey.
Shut up and let me drink. If I was gonna be mad, don't you talk about my old lady.
Hey.
How's a Kanai ward was saved by detectives? Can't actually be true, right? Who knows? Alright, let's make our way back up to the thing and then we'll go on, the thing.
Hi, Kurumi. I've got your order right here. Ta-da! Amaterasu Corporation's brand spanking new raincoat.
I have really enjoyed the game.
Rain and sunlight.
I feel like it's a mix of Danganronpa, Persona because of like the mystery phantoms and the way that those work. Danganronpa because of like the way that Shinigami is very much like Monokuma, just like a good version, I guess. Like a good I'm not saying that Monokuma is a bad character. I'm saying that like Shinigami is like the good equivalent of him, and in that she does everything that he probably does on our side. And then like again, it's like the trial because in Danganronpa you've got what? You've got like your exploration, then you do the investigation, and then you do the trial. Here it's the same thing. You just do instead of trials, you do Mystery Labyrinths.
The helm of both Amaterasu and Kanai Ward really changed things.
Yeah, that's true.
It's nice to have a local business invested in our town's interests. Of course, I hope they keep exporting goods so that more money comes into Kanai Ward.
But you're definitely getting like this is the epilogue, so that means probably after this we'll have the credits, and then I'll go and break down like everything that I can remember off the top of my head with what's going on, and then I can try and figure out what I'm gonna stream next next time.
What's with the heavy bag?
Might be something back on PS4.
I see. Well, take care. Good rain to you.
Likewise. Good rain to you too. Next on the shopping list is... Right, body cream.
But we did not play as we didn't play as Kurumi in. We haven't played as Kurumi in the original game. We never played as her. I wonder if like you can still choose between one or the other, or if you're just forced to do one decision.
Excuse me, do you have the body cream I ordered?
Of course. Here you go. Specialized body cream that'll protect you from harmful sunlight. It's perfect for us homunculi. It's perfect for us homunculi. I can't believe I'm getting used to saying that.
I never would have imagined. Oh well, that's life.
It was all so sudden. That day, Mr. Makoto startled all of us in Kanai Ward with
Nice to see that.
emergency broadcast.
It's nice to see some new faces in
His face behind the mask was
Plat and
simple
stuff.
enough. Who could have guessed we were all monstrous homunculi?
Being able to like being able to raid,
Monsters.
I think, has been beneficial.
Different from regular people.
Usually I've not been able to raid people as much, so the fact that I've been able to do that has probably helped out a bit.
And I'm not talking just about myself here. Everyone feels the
Being
same.
able to raid channels and gain followers that way has actually helped over these last couple of maybe this last week or so.
If we can accept things slowly,
Need to get the number up. Need to get my viewership count up, and then we can.
Right. We're immortal, after all. We've got plenty of time. Besides, we all made the decision together. After we voted on the referendum, we chose to follow Mr. Makoto. So yeah, like he said, we need to take it slow and live with hope.
yeah, I think that's right. Okie dokie. Next is... Oh, right! I need to buy a map!
I don't know what she's planning. I have a lot to say about the game.
Since then,
Trying to remember everything's gonna be hard, but
I stopped eating meat buns.
I guess I can also take it by case and stuff. There's gonna be a lot that I have to try and remember.
I think that's a
See how it
natural
goes.
response. Our bodies may be artificial, but our hearts are still human.
Oh right, yeah. Since so many more the meat bun place have closed down, yeah, because everyone was eating the meat buns because of them being human. The new store's gonna open. We're going. Down or up? I think it's down. It's. Oh, that's sorry. No, it's up.
Excuse me? Excuse me?
Oh, sorry. How can I help?
Do you have what I ordered?
The map, right? You want the world map.
Yes, that's right.
Now that Kanai Ward is no longer isolated, I can order books from around the world. I'm so giddy about it.
Everything's going pretty well. My viewership should go up a little bit from this video.
I understand.
Also, like, I ended up winning a contest on a Discord server that I'm mainly on, and that I won a $15 like PlayStation Network card. That's actually kind of cool that I did that. Like I wasn't expecting to win that.
Of course.
So overall, I think like
Mr. Makoto is so
been a
amazing.
good day.
Even if it was decided
Being able to
by
stream, being able to get a few more viewers in, up that as well. Be able to upload this.
and promised to negotiate with the unified government as well.
Then I can finish this game off, which means I can play start at something else. Nice as well.
He was ready to turn himself in, but we stopped him from doing so with that referendum. Honestly, he doesn't have to force himself to work so hard. It'd be awful if he ever collapsed from it all. Oh, but maybe homunculi don't get tired?
Whatever the case, he better not overwork himself. He is Kanai Ward's leader, and leader of us homunculi.
You got that right. The coexistence between humanity and homunculi has just begun. Anyway, about that world map.
Can't imagine how that would work though, because remember, once they leave the area, that they wouldn't never be able to leave.
It's a secret. Sorry. It involves a high school girl's crush.
A crush, huh?
So the next up should be the last one. I must have my precious multi-pack of instant ramen. All the meat bun shops vanished from town, but ramen shops popped up in their place.
Oh, Kurumi!
Oh, it's the guy that we saw earlier.
Hi, you look busy.
I sure am, but busy is great for business. I need to go inspect the grand openings for our 3 brand new locations.
In a strange twist of fate, he appeared in Kanai Ward using his passion for cooking to develop ramen. Ultimately, he turned that ramen into something with all the nutrients a homunculus would need. And of course, it's super yummy, says everyone.
Fate can be such an enigma. Although I originally made a contract with him, I ended up following him here out of guilt. This city was a shock to my system at first, but I was able to open up the ramen shop of my dreams. So I think coming here was the right call. Seriously though, fate can be so strange.
Yes, I think so too. Oh, that's right. May I please have a multi-pack of instant ramen? For now, I need about a month's supply.
Huh? A month? Sure thing, but why do you need so much?
It's a secret.
Thank you. You want to get a bite to eat while you're here?
No, I'm okay for today.
All right then. Well, good rain to you.
Yeah, good rain to you too. That's it for the shopping. I've safely completed all my preparations. I should head to the Nocturnal Detective Agency. I better hurry or I won't make it in time.
And I'm wondering if they're even still alive, because heading to the detective agency now. Umbrellas are there as well. I don't even know who would be in here, because if all the other detectives had died, and so did... Unless Yuma is here. No, they're all still alive. I don't know what happened.
Well then, let's get going.
What was the...
Can't believe we're saying goodbye.
Did they explain what happened there? I don't...
After all is said and done, I'm gonna miss it.
We have shared many memories here. But departure is just the start of a new adventure. Be sure not to forget anything before we set sail.
Hey, princess! Your suitcase? You've already forgotten something.
Oh, so true. Hey everyone! You're all still here! I'm glad I made it in time.
Kurumi! You came to see us off? Where are the others? Are any of my fans with you?
No, it's just me.
Huh? Oh, maybe they were too shy to come along.
Wait, where's Vivia? Vivia? What are you doing?
Hey, Kurumi. I figured if I stayed inside a suitcase, someone would carry me. Long trips are exhausting.
Oh, he's actually
Journeys can be life-threatening.
wearing different clothes here.
There's no peace or quiet.
You never change, Vivia. Wow. You all really are leaving, huh?
After that incident, we stayed at the agency to monitor what would happen. But our work here is done. The city will be fine.
Yeah, it's time we stepped off the stage. A bunch of detectives just sticking around isn't a great look.
That's not true. Detectives are heroes to me.
Kanai Ward is free. If you ever need us, we shall fly to your aid.
I've spoken to Makoto as well. If Kanai Ward ever needs detectives, he can call us anytime. Alara Nightmare will be at his service.
Now I'm actually really curious as to how, like, certain characters even were able to survive. Like the initial, because remember, it's implied that all of them survived.
So, will you go
Similar circumstances. I guess if I looked at it this way, like, Vivia could have just become a ghost and pretended to have been killed.
To WDO headquarters. We don't know what'll happen.
But then his physical body would still be able to be damaged, so I think, Lubiki could have done something with rewinding time.
To some other job.
Guess Tetsuhiko could have disguised up as anything.
Such slave drivers.
And, Alara probably, like, fought her way out.
I thought WDO headquarters was bombed in that terrorist attack.
Oh, come on. How many times do I have to explain it to you? The explosion footage we saw was all a sham.
A sham? So, it never really happened? Why would anyone do such a thing? For what purpose?
It was all done by Makoto. It wasn't the only thing he fabricated. He made it look like...
Oh, right. Yeah, there we go. That effect their deaths.
Identical to our outfits, and also found skeletons similar to our body types.
Yeah, I thought everyone was dead.
I can't believe you got duped like that, Kurumi. Nothing can kill us.
There were letters written by everyone, and I was told it looked like your handwriting.
I hear that was thanks to Makoto's coalescence. Fortes are indeed formidable.
I would expect nothing less of number one's homunculus.
Homunculus?
Why don't you get it? How many times do I have to explain everything?
My apologies. jeez. My mind has been in a haze ever since we inhaled that white smoke.
Do you even know how long ago that was?
After you were knocked out, you all woke up on the top floor of Kanai Tower, right?
Yeah, it was Makoto's room. We were trapped in there. While we were locked up, the final battle took place.
Kurumi, you were there, right?
Yes. But only for half of it, really.
To think this was all for the final showdown. It was nothing but a ploy by Makoto to lure Yuma here, who took the lead role.
Jeez. It's all so unbelievable.
Then again, almost everything in this city is too.
Yet, what I still struggle to comprehend is that Yuma was #1 of the WDO.
Right. Even I didn't realize it.
Who would have thought my man is the top detective of the WDO?
Former top detective. He already left the organization.
It is such a waste for him to simply discard his position as #1.
His letter of resignation was submitted before he lost his memories. He had hoped that by quitting, he could bring change to the organization. In this new era, a detective must follow their own creed to solve each case.
He took the first steps to make that reality happen. I think maybe I should quit too. Work as a detective is getting more and more exhausting.
You were so quick to call it quits.
But where did Yuma, I mean the former #1, go?
I think it's fine to call him Yuma. It feels better that way.
He vanished without a word. I have no idea where he could be.
Kurumi, I'm sure you're worried too.
Huh? I'm not sure if worried is exactly the right word. There's something I want to say to everyone.
You're going to find him, right?
Huh?
It doesn't take a detective to notice the giant backpack you're carrying.
Kurumi, are you really going to try to find Yuma?
Do you know where he went?
You still want to go?
I haven't said goodbye yet. Actually, I refuse to say goodbye. I had a lot of fun spending time with Yuma. I've always admired detectives, and investigating with one was like a dream come true. That's why I want to be with him. Even if he's different now, Yuma will always be Yuma.
Come on. If you're gonna confess you love him, just tell him.
Huh? No! That's not what I meant! Besides, I've always wanted to take a trip. It's why I got permission from Mr. Makoto to travel. It'll be fine. I'm sure I can find him. Never underestimate my abilities as an informant. Right. I believe you can do it, Kurumi.
A master detective and former #1 of the WDO. And a homunculus informant. Yeah, I think you two would make a great team.
Well, come on. We should get going already. Since he quit, the WDO is in a state of chaos. #1's position is still vacant. An election to decide the next #1 will be held among the detectives soon. We need to hurry home.
Maybe I'll nominate myself.
Hey, why are you sighing?
If you find Yuma, give him my regards. Also, tell him I'm still waiting for him to pay up.
Right. Bye, Halara. I'll see you again soon.
Kurumi, if you ever decide to ditch Yuma for me, give me a call anytime. When you do, I hope you'll introduce me to your friends too. And even your friends' friends. See ya. Bye, Kurumi! Let's meet again in our dreams.
Thanks for everything, Tetsuhiko. It is so hard to say farewell, but all adventures involve such partings. Well then, I must continue my own adventure. Please take care of yourself, Kurumi. And of course, I must thank the chief as well. With all my heart. Farewell, everyone. Fubuki, I hope to see you somewhere out there in the world.
Damn. No one's gonna carry me. Great. Walking is way too much effort. It was rather comfortable in there. I know this may sound like a bad joke, given what you are, but I want to die someday.
Please take care, Vivia.
Okay, so yeah, all the master detectives aren't homunculi. I kind of get what he was trying to say.
Is gone. Yuma, I won't give up. Okay. I better get going too. Chief Yako, thank you so much. I met so many people and learned an important truth. It's all thanks to this detective agency. I'm really, truly grateful.
Dear Kurumi, I'm sorry for suddenly disappearing on you. I thought I should take a little trip. From here on out, I intend to travel the world. There are still cities everywhere in need of detectives. I want to eradicate all unsolved mysteries from this world and bring happiness to everyone. So, I have to go. This is my dream. And also, an important promise I made to someone. In the meantime, I want you to hold on to this book for me. Someday, once I'm finished, I'll come back for it.
Someday, he says. I may be immortal, but I'm not that patient.
I wonder if that was supposed to be the Amateur Express. There is with the outside of Carmine Ward. I think that's the end of the game. Let's see the credits starting. I'm gonna put the controller down just in case something happens. There it is. That's the end of the game. So overall, I think I really enjoyed this. It's probably not my favorite of. I wouldn't say it's probably my. I think I prefer some of the Danganronpa games over this. I wouldn't say it's my favorite of the lot, but it's like there are some things I think this game does a lot better than the other ones. I really did enjoy this quite a lot. Maybe it's like I'm trying to think. Like I think overall, like I enjoyed it more than. Oh no, I still think Danganronpa 2. I still think Danganronpa 2 is my favorite of the thing. I think this is better than 3 and better than the original game. I still think I prefer Danganronpa 2 over this one. But then this is also very different compared to those as well, so that's another thing to consider as well. But I don't know, I really did enjoy playing this quite a bit. I've only ever played this and like the Danganronpa games. Like I think like Danganronpa 2 is. Danganronpa 2 has a really, really strong cast. That's why it works so well. And then, like, some of the cases are really good as well. But the casting is really what helps this. But it's kind of hard to compare this. But, like, overall, I think I really did enjoy this. I wouldn't say this is, like, my game of the year or anything like this. I think it's really fun to play. I'm trying to think about how I would even start this. Because, like, usually I go through and break everything down. I usually go through gameplay, character, story, graphics, and music. So, music-wise, the music is good. I think the music's very. I think the music is good. I think I prefer the Danganronpa music. I think this game has a little bit too much of the same track for the music. I think Danganronpa has a lot more variety to it. Although I still feel like this game has this has bad music. Just that I think that the other music is better, but and then graphic style, obviously graphics. So the thing with Danganronpa is that the graphics itself are like flat animation, you know, whatever it's called. I can't remember what it's called. Thing, but it looks better in the sense of thing, but you only get the only things that you get that are not that are like the execution things and that. Here they have everything. Here you've got you've got like opening cinematics, closing stuff. You've got actual acted out sequences, and then I think the other thing that this game, because the thing with the Danganronpa games is that they all have the same color style. So I think those games look really good for what their style is going for. I think this game looks good as well. I probably prefer the Danganronpa style more than this, but I think this works for what it is as well. Like I didn't have any like problems with the animations. Obviously, you get acted out like scenes, which makes it a little bit better than Danganronpa in the sense of like you're not just looking at the flat-looking characters. Like you actually do have 3D models and things like this. So I think that's also really good that they've gone and done that. But also got to keep in mind that this game was made way later than all the rest of them were. But I think like in terms of like music and graphic wise, I think I prefer Danganronpa over this. Only because it looks more vibrant and thing, but I think this is supposed to look a little bit more darker than those are. But music-wise, again, solid game music-wise, solid game graphics-wise. But I think again, a lot of these games carry themselves with their gameplay, characters, and the story. So again, a lot of the stuff that I'm doing with this is comparing to some of the past games. So I still think, like, in terms of a story, I think this game's better than the first and the third games. I don't think it's as good as 2. And else is that I want to... It's like, characters and story kind of relate to each other, and also I can probably load up my game just to make sure that something thing anyway. We'll go through and check to see if there's anything that's so I could add some extra stuff to that out. But talking about what I, because when I discuss gameplay wise, I'll have to like go through and just gameplay wise I'll have to go through the actual menu just to see if there's anything, make sure I don't miss anything, because there is a lot of gameplay elements. Post-credit scene. Okay, is this a sick? This looks like it. Oh, there's Yuma. This looks like it's it might be getting a sequel then. Okay, I haven't seen that person.
There's a murder investigation over there. Seriously? Again?
All right.
See, like these scenes here are in the same sort of color scheme and things like this as the execution things from Danganronpa, but obviously these ones are have more things to them. That's the end of the that's the end of the game for that as well. I don't think there's anything I need to check with this again. Nothing would have unlocked while we were in the okay, so we don't get a in terms of our saves, we don't have the problem is that if I load this save, it's going to load up the chapter 5 end thing. This is going to load up the other thing. I don't know if that's going to work. I wanted to load up the thing just to see if I could. I guess I could go chapter select. Because I want to load up. I'm gonna load up so I can see, explain everything that I want to go on for as well. Because otherwise, I'm gonna forget things. I don't need to save anyway because I've already think. If I go select chapter for a second, if I select chapter 5, it should. I don't know if this will work. If I go and put it here, for example, I just want to. I want to load it from the labyrinth, actually. I just want to load this up so I can show it off what's happening. Like, I'm not going to replay the game or anything. I could also consider going back and reading that thing as well, but I'm not sure if I'll do that. We already went through and read it. I just want to get to the... I'm not redoing the Mystery Labyrinth, I just want to go and load up the stuff so I can go through it gameplay-wise, what's going on. There's no other content after this that we have to do.
Master. Here's the...
I just want to quickly, like, load up what's happened in the game. Because I have to discuss the gameplay characters in the story, and it's going to be easier for me to discuss all the characters and stuff if I have a list of everything that's on there, so I can at least go and see what's around. Interesting that these are... Oh, okay, I can't even, like... Okay, this is not good. I can't even, like, load in the... I can't even load in, like, all the different things, because it... You know what, I guess in terms of story, I could, What is new, though? I guess what I could do is, when I discuss gameplay, that's one thing. When I discuss the story and when I discuss the characters, I think I can still do this. Okay, there's still all the tutorials here, so I can go through all the basics of the gameplay. So I think I enjoy, in terms of gameplay, I think I enjoyed this more than the Danganronpa games because there was a little bit more to do. I know that there were some mini games and stuff in the thing, but I think because there wasn't anything like that in here, it means that they could have more on other stuff. Again, the detective point system, I enjoyed that. I think that was fine. We didn't get full rank up, but I guess that's also fine as well. And then the way the map and that stuff worked, that was all good. I liked the game did let you know where everything was, which was, again, I got through this entire game. I think I got through this entire game without having to look up anything once. Like, obviously, I didn't have to... Sometimes with these games, if you go and, like, I got stumped at multiple points. But... what was I going to say? I got stumped at multiple points, however, I would also say in the case of that, is that I got stumped at multiple points. I got stumped at multiple points, but I also was able to eventually get through the thing. I didn't actually end up using guides. All the stuff with the objectives I liked as well. Again, all the stuff with the notebook and things like this. I like the look of the map. The map was also really well done. Every case got like a case file which we could go and think. The idea with the solution keys. Essentially, the solution keys are it's the evidence. So it's essentially the same thing as the evidence. How those will work. So instead of doing friendship stuff to get up the thing, which I think was much slower, and you actually got requests that you could do for all the people around the city. I think that was a really cool idea to add in side quests as opposed to having the friendship ones with trying to make friends with everybody. Again, the abilities, I felt like the abilities were fine, but I think the abilities in Danganronpa were better. But also, I think that's because there was also ones related to certain characters and stuff as well. Again, all the profile stuff and the glossary, information for that. The Gumshoe Gab stuff, we got everything except for the one. Collectible, which was unfortunate. And then I found out that one's only in chapter 4. So I don't know what really happened there. I think it was going to an area, and then it's like you had to return to that area and do the thing. So it was a little bit different. Again, the danger dodge stuff, it was essentially their version of the QTEs. I liked how they implemented those. I do feel like that is one complaint that I do have. The QTEs themselves were a little bit, the QTEs were, annoying to deal with. That is something that I just realized I had to do. Before I finish, we will go and read that text thing again. The only reason is because, rereading it, there might be some things that actually make a lot more sense. And then all this other stuff is... obviously, the game breaks itself down similar to Danganronpa, where it's like, you go through and do a bunch of story stuff, you then eventually have an investigation because there's a murder that's happened. After you've done the investigation, you then go off and do the Mystery Labyrinth after certain things happen, and then you pretty much after solving the Mystery Labyrinth, the person gets executed, and then you just repeat the whole way through. So I think that all works. I didn't use fast travel, but we didn't really need to use it. Some of the mini games that they had were okay. I mean, the bomb diffuser one wasn't all that great. Every chapter introduced a certain gimmick to them, but I mean, some of them were good, some of them weren't. But that is something that I could consider as well. The stuff with Ammo Pal, I mean, that was fine. Every chapter had its sort of gimmick to it, I should say. All the stuff with the solution keys was fine. We never got a game over, I don't think. Apart from maybe like a couple of times where I might have had to restart it from the thing, but I think that was something else. I like the idea of the reasoning deathmatch. It was essentially that's the personas part of this, where it's like, oh, you have the persona part of it is like persona part of it is the every time you entered a Mystery Labyrinth, you always had someone who was trying to reverse, be the opponent of your thing. It was either one. First of all, it would start with the investigator. The investigator would be like the person you would be think because they're denying a lot of the stuff happens, and then it would then become the person who was investigating. As it would become the person that you were trying to blame would become the thing. I think that all worked. Like, I liked that more than the Danganronpa one in some aspects, because the Danganronpa one, you had, like, stuff was flying on the screen with the noise and things like that, and then you would have to, like, shoot the bullet, you had to swap the bullets. Here, it was like, you have a solution blade, and then you use the blade to cut through the arguments, and cut through the noise, and do a lot of the stuff. It probably would be... It's probably a little bit easier to do it with Danganronpa, only because you're aiming and shooting, versus this one here where you have to be in the right position, you have to make sure that you and you can also like have ways to slow down time and stuff like that. So that's why I think some of the other things work better here. Yeah, noise pretty much was there. I think the repel system was fairly simple. It was just like instead of using an argument, you would just repel what someone was saying. I never used the assist function, so I'm not actually sure what that does. I think it makes it so that if you get hit by white noise, by white statements, that it just goes and does its thing. Again, the stuff with the Mystery Labyrinth was really good. The spot, again, I liked how certain ones had like recreating the crime scenes, figuring out how those went, as well. Stuff with the culprit. Some of the later ones had these things where you had 3 different options, and it was like you had to see one after the other. I didn't like those as much, only because of what happened with you were trying to read all the statements, and sometimes you'd either run out of time, or you would just I think the idea was you were supposed to answer it before it got to the point, but the Shinigami puzzle thing, I understood why it was here. Danganronpa games and these games have never been very good at doing like the letter-based things. They either go by too quickly. In this case, the problem was that you couldn't really look at your evidence to go and think. I think it was V2, not V2. Danganronpa 2 had a really bad. The problem with these letter puzzles typically is because they're being translated from Japanese, they usually require more syllables or more things to think. So, like in Danganronpa 2, it was easier to do it in Japanese because you have the kanji that gets represented, whereas in the English versions you would have like 15, 16 word phrases that you'd have to letter phrases, things that you had to put together, and that made it really hard as well. The God Shimigami system, I really enjoyed doing that. That wasn't too difficult to do, with all the different like kicking the balls away, charging through the walls, and again, the deduction denouement, very similar to what happens at the end of each Danganronpa case. I always enjoy these. My favorite music, actually, from the Danganronpa games is the music that plays during the denouement, the culprit reveal thing with the comic book thing. Obviously, here it's a little bit different. Trying to think about like what else I would have to explain. Because there's a lot of stuff that I really need to think of. Moving around, doing all the investigating, that's really simple. All the different mini games worked. Traveling around all the different areas, I think I liked those a lot as well. Also, I think if there's anything else that I would really need to discuss, there wasn't a lot of side content. Like you get 4 requests each time you do the thing. What else could I discuss? There's not really a whole lot to really discuss, because it's very similar to a lot of other games. What else would I of? Again, I liked how a lot of the stuff was voiced. Some stuff. That's another thing as well. Like with the Danganronpa games, it's usually just the characters that are interacting with that you can interact with them with each other. Here, it was an actual world that had multiple people that you can interact with and do stuff with as well. So I think that's an advantage of the. Okay, so gone through graphic, gone through music, gone through gameplay. Characters and story is probably going to be the next thing. So I think a lot of these games are based around the characters. So obviously, like, each case has, I guess, the best way for me to try and do this is to go through the characters that we know of, and then go through each case individually, because, yeah. It's just, there's a lot to try and explain. It's like trying to explain a Persona game after playing 100 plus hours of it. How do you explain the entirety of the story without going too in depth? I think overall, character-wise, I liked this game. I liked the game a lot, but I think that the cast-wise was good, but I don't think some characters might have felt like they didn't get as much then as others could have. Like, again, I appreciate that our character is voiced because of, usually, like, stuff like this doesn't get voiced a lot. Really don't know what I'm trying to say now. I don't know whether I should go through the characters of the story first. Because it's hard to go through and explain how every single character is. Again, I enjoyed playing as our character. I don't think they're the best protagonists that we've played as in these sorts of games. I liked Shinigami is essentially Monokuma if Monokuma was a death god and was on our side instead of against us. I don't think the reveals were as good as some of the other games were. Shinigami is probably my favorite character of the entire game, just because of all her connections to how everything works and things like this as well. Yako, I did really like this thing as well, but that's also because I like the voice actor. I really enjoyed Halara's, I liked Halara's ability, like, I liked how all of their abilities worked. So, Halara's was essentially, what is it? Halara's ability was she could go into a crime, she'd be able to see a crime scene. I really don't know where I'm going with this. I feel like I'm not being broad enough, detailed enough, but I'm also not trying to do that either. Again, Shinigami, I just really enjoyed. Yako was the same. Halara, again, her ability, out of the four, would I say she was the favorite? I guess out of the four, I would say Halara is my favorite, of the characters overall. Again, her ability basically makes it so she can go and see crime scenes when they first thing. I think that's a handy, like, ability to have. I also liked her character as well. Like, I liked how they keep consistent with the characters. Desuhiko, I thought I would get annoyed by him. I think I still was kind of annoyed. And again, I don't like characters that have the ability to disguise. Mainly because, it feels too overpowered. Like, obviously his ability has limits, but it also feels like it makes you too good, and they didn't really explain how he was able to make himself look like. It's almost too. It's like Samugi, where Samugi's able to make herself look exactly like the person to the point where you would never be able to recognize that it was her, because everything is exactly the same. Here it's like, you can tell the difference because it's like they don't have the mind and stuff like that, but again, it's also, I don't know what it is. I just don't like characters that have the ability to transform into anyone that they want and then have, and then be able to, never be able to be figured out, I guess. Really don't know what I want to say, because it's like I feel like I haven't gone through the gameplay enough, and the other two things I think minus well, but again, I like Yako. I don't think he was used enough, actually, to be honest. If I think about it now, I feel like Yako wasn't used enough because he wasn't around a whole lot. I thought we would investigate a crime with him, but he was kind of only there to be. He was kind of only there for stuff to do with the story rather than the actual crime scenes and stuff until at least the 4th chapter. What else do I want to really talk about? I really don't know what to say. Like, the stuff with Yuma and at the end was what it was. Yeah, I like Desahiko for I guess. His ability I didn't really like, but I would say he was the weakest of the 4. Fubuki I really liked, but again, that's also because Haru's voice actress is playing her. And she was like the ditzy one, but also like I liked her. I like her kind of humor and stuff like that. Her ability is also quite overpowered, the time travel stuff, but again, it's like she can only do it so many times, so that's why I didn't even push anything. I did put this down for a second. I think I enjoyed Fubuki's character. The time travel stuff was overpowered, but at least it had some sort of limit to it. And then Vivia, the ghost thing was good. I did like how he was used in the 4th case. Sorry, 4th chapter, I should say. That was actually really good. I know that it was part of his character, but I didn't really. I felt like I could have done a little bit better with him. Mainly because I felt like what would happen is as the time would go on that he would get more serious. What he was doing. I guess he kind of did, but in some ways he also didn't. I would have also liked if we could have had all of them come back. Like, I know that he faked everyone's death. I would have liked if all of them could have come back. I would have liked if all of the characters could have come back and, like, helped out near the end, but I guess, that was probably going to be a little bit too difficult to do. Because I did feel like in that last case, it wasn't great in terms of how, some of the things were used. I mean, I guess I am kind of getting into those as well. I really don't know what else, like, again, I'm going to explain a lot of the stuff in my review. When I get to it, but I kind of want to get. Usually, what I do is I try and give an overview of all of the characters and try and say how I felt about them. Like, number one, I felt like could have put anybody in there, and then it would have been okay. Like he didn't really get used a whole lot at all. I think what else I would have to like. I'm trying to get into stuff that because next one's all the cases. So I think the best way to probably do stuff is go through all of the characters that I can think of here, and then we go through each individual case, because this is case 0, and this is case 1, case 2, case 3, case 4, and then case 5 all it relates to others. It's everything case 4 anyway. So again, I really don't know what I want to say. Like I feel like I'm drawing a blank, but also not really drawing a blank. And then I still have to go back and read that. I still have to go back and read that other thing as well, because if I don't, it's gonna... Considering how long that took me to read, it took like an hour for me to read. And then I wouldn't have anything else left to discuss for this. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Yuma is... I think I liked Yuma as a protagonist, like, and, like, I like all the looks of the characters and stuff as well. There's always usually, like, some sort of contrast with the characters in terms of their colouring and that as well. Which I've always noticed that's always been how it is with the Danganronpa games and things like this. I really don't know what else I want to say. I guess I can go into the other characters here. So, much like how we had each of our characters and thing, each case had a different character that we had to deal with in terms of the person who was the investigator. So we start off with Swank, who, again, I like the character of Swank. What I was disappointed with is that they didn't bring back certain characters. Like, I felt like they only used them for the one case and then that was it. Now, in some cases it made sense, but in others I wasn't really so sure. So, I think I really liked Seth, but again, like, once he was dealt with, they kind of just threw him under the bus, and that was it. Martina, I think, was a really enjoyable character as well. And then having her come back at the end was also a surprise. I wasn't expecting that to be the case. I felt like both Dominic and Guillaume were underutilized. They kind of just appeared, and then after they appeared, they then were there, and then they never really got anything else to explain it. Yomi was kind of the same thing, except he was overarching, I guess you would say. He was in multiple cases, he was around a lot more. But then I thought what was going to happen was after we ended up sorting out all the stuff with him, that he would somehow come back or something would happen, but that wasn't what ended up being case. And then Makoto, obviously, we thought that he was going to be something to do with, I think I didn't realize he was going to be the villain at the end, and then obviously it being revealed that Makoto was the homunculi of ourselves, and all that stuff that happened in there. I thought that was really well done. I just wasn't expecting to be us. I think that was why I wasn't disappointed by the ending. I think the ending just dragged a little bit. I think the ending dragged a little bit. Not enough of the other stuff, and more not enough of some of the other thing. I don't know. Like, design-wise, I think all of the characters are very good. And even then, all of the characters here also are very diverse in terms of their looks as well. But, overall I enjoyed, I wouldn't say out of any of these characters I didn't like any of them. Like, I think I liked all of them, because I think that, like, part of it's a weird thing. Part of an idea of having a good antagonist is that you have to like them in some way, in terms of an actual antagonist, I feel like, part of what makes a good antagonist is they need to be likable in some way, but then they need to have, like, the wrong way of looking at things. Like, I don't think necessarily having an antagonist that's always evil and looks evil and things like this, I don't think that necessarily needs to be, like, part of making good antagonists is that they do have some likable parts of them, but they're not necessarily things that as well. But yeah, I think Swank was good, Seth was really good, Martina I really liked. I think Dominic and Guillaume were underutilized because they weren't there for very long. Yomi was good for what he was around for, and then Makoto was good as well. Although I think that part of what took that away from him is as you started unraveling everything that was going on, I thought they could have probably changed something up there as well. So I guess outside of that, the only stuff I could really discuss would be stuff that didn't take place during the crime scene. So, like, stuff outside of the cases, I think is really good. A lot of the stuff gets explained as we go, but I feel like I would have enjoyed more. I think Danganronpa did it a little bit better with the. I believe Danganronpa did a little bit better with their character stuff. In terms of the stuff that was before the. There's stuff that was before the investigation and because again, each chapter, or essentially broke it down as, it was like story stuff, and then once a murder happens, you do the investigation, and once the investigation happens, you do the labyrinth, and then after that, you do the aftermath, and that keeps continuing. So I think in terms of, I think Danganronpa might have done a bit better of having stuff that happened outside of the cases. Because a lot of stuff that happened outside of the cases was just going and doing requests, and I don't think that was as good as some of the other stuff that they did. So, again, overall character-wise, I think it's a solid cast. I don't think it's my favorite cast of these games, but I would probably say, because I think the thing that makes the Danganronpa games a little bit thing is that, because a lot of the characters here are the same. in the terms of like they're all detectives. Danganronpa works because all of them have different talents, so therefore they all have different personalities, so therefore they all have different like ways of doing things. And here is the same thing, except the problem is that you are like constricted to certain characters at certain times. Like we never got a case at the end where everyone worked together to try and solve the case, which that would have been useful as well. I don't think there's anything else I really want to discuss with the characters because we only have characters and story to go through. And then I think I still have to go and I'm not sure if I'm going to go and read that last thing or not. I guess we could. Because reading that last, well, actually, I'm trying to think. I just realized this now. So this takes place. The stuff with Yako in the thing was 10 years ago, and then the incidents that happened from this point were 3 years ago. So I might have to actually go back and read that. We might have to go back and read it and just take it because I can't remember what it said. It said something about like if you read it beforehand and then play the game, you should go back and read it again. Or if you don't read it at all, you should go and read it after the thing to see how something changes. I think that's what it was. I'm not actually sure. So I'm trying to think of anything else I would like to say about the game. Like obviously, I'm going to go through each of the stories because obviously I'll go through each of the chapters to explain how I think about how I felt about them overall. And then we can go and wrap things up. So, the case 0, the introduction case. Again, I think that the main problem here was that this was the tutorial case. So obviously, there was a lot of tutorials going on, and that made things not as interesting. I think the labyrinth was very well done because everything was getting introduced to us, and I think that makes that more interesting. The investigation wasn't as good as I thought. Like, I was expecting something a little bit different. I felt like they kind of threw away a bunch of the detectives. I was hoping that there would be more of them. I was hoping that they would have more, that there might be underlying stuff that would happen. But I think all of the characters here were fine. Like, some of the characters here, I felt like some of the characters' stuff wasn't all that great. Like, the animal. Like, I was thinking what was going to happen in this case was going to be something to do with. I thought it was going to be something to do with like, what is it? Finding, like using some of their abilities to things for later on. But then it's like, oh, none of them survive anyway. So, it was what it was. But I think this case was it was a solid case. Like I think each Danganronpa game has like 5 cases in it, 6 cases. For a starting case, I would say it's fine. Like it did what it needed to do. I'm not really sure what else to really say because like all the characters were good. Like all the characters were fine. Although I just felt like some of them had more personalities than some of the other characters who got introduced with me. It would have been interesting to see how. It's going to be interesting to see if there's any more Master Detective games and if they make more of them with different characters and stuff. So I wonder if they'll actually consider doing that or not. But yeah, overall, I think solid case, solid thing. Then chapter 1. That was the locked room mysteries one. So I liked. I think the investigation for this was better. I think that the actual labyrinth was more interesting because you got introduced to a few more things. The main reason why the first case also didn't, the previous case didn't work as well is because there was only one sort of set way to go. Whereas here, it's like we had more decisions to make, we had more the other stuff to do. Also, characters that were from previous cases carried over to the next one. That's another thing you have an advantage to do as well. I liked having to solve the locker room stuff and having to figure out how that all worked. Characters here are also fairly solid as well. And then one thing I think I would have to say is that the motives, a lot of the motives weren't explained as well. Like I think that's another thing that Danganronpa has over this. Usually when it comes to the characters' motivations and why they do things, they get like a long explanation about why everything happened. I think this game lacks explaining a lot of reasoning as to why people do stuff. So that's one problem. I think what else I would have to explain with this. Like, I like how when you decide who the culprit is, like when it gets to the point, because usually with the Danganronpa game, when you get to the trial, and it usually gets to a point where it's like there's a certain key piece of evidence that then singles out one person, and then it's up to them to keep denying it. Here, it's the similar situation. However, it's like you have 4 choices. And then after you have the 4 choices, it's like, oh, well, I think it's this person because of this, and then you have to try and find the reasoning for that. And it's like, I think that worked very well. Which you can't really do that with Danganronpa, because could you imagine them going through each and every single person and saying, oh, it must be this person because of this, or this and this and this. It's like, here, it's like, oh, you have a reason to go through each of them. So I think that worked out well. So I would say case 1 over case 0. Case 2... yeah, so case 2, I think this is my favorite case of the game. Yeah, actually, you know what, now that I think about it, I would say in terms of cases, Danganronpa 2 was way better than this, because a lot of stuff is really, really solid all the way through. This is better than... Is it really better than... I'm trying to think if it really is better, because, like, Case 0 is fine. Case 1 is good. I enjoyed this. Case 2 is my favorite. Case 3, I think, is the worst. But again, every Danganronpa game has a... Consistently, usually Case 3 is usually the worst. Case 4... Case 4, Case 4, I really enjoyed. Trying to figure out what was going on with that. And then Case 5, I think, was... good, but there were some things I could improve. Like, case 5 is often very difficult to try and figure out, like, whether it's, like, things. So I would say it's, like, not as good as 2. Probably not as good as 3, but the reason why I don't like 3 is because of case 1 and case 6. So I think, like, the middle portion of 3 is better than this game. The majority of case of Danganronpa 2 is better than this. Danganronpa 1, I think, has better points in that than this. But I'm not saying that this is bad. Like, all the games are fairly solid. But Case 2 out of this, I think, is my favorite of all of them. Another problem I think I had is I went through in this with no spoilers whatsoever for any of the cases, and I felt like I figured out what was going on really, really early on. Whereas with some of these Danganronpa ones, I felt like, oh, some of these are actually really well done with trying to keep people guessing. I think that's one thing that this game doesn't have over the others. But I think that's also because there's more factors to keep in mind of when it comes to Danganronpa, there's a lot more suspects because essentially every single person who's investigating is a suspect in some way or another. I think that's why those work a little bit better. But case 2, I would say, is my favorite case of all of them. All of the characters are very solid. The investigating of trying to figure out which characters to talk with was really good as well. Again, I figured out that Karen killed Ayako almost instantly, but then I liked how, again, this one here was everyone was the culprit, but they all had a certain part to play in trying to figure out where that was thing. I think that worked out very well as well. The story was very well done, and yeah, I just think solid, just a really, really good case. Case 3 was probably my least favorite. It didn't feel like a lot was going on. I figured out the person almost instantly. The reasoning in that, I guess I understood the reasoning, but it felt like it dragged a lot. The investigation wasn't very good. The case itself was kind of bleh as well. Like, I think the main thing that helped keep Case 3's not being, like, absolutely terrible was probably, like, Guillaume and Dominique and stuff. And again, I think the stuff with the bomb defusal and all that other stuff was... I think that kind of added up in... Well, like, and with stuff with certain characters. I think it was solid, like... in terms of Case 3 cases go, like, it's probably... It wouldn't be the worst, but it's so hard to rank them because typically the third case in every Danganronpa game is a double kill. Here it wasn't, but there wasn't any really anything to really discuss with it. I would probably say this is the weakest case out of the entire game for me. Just because I didn't really like the investigation and I didn't really like the thing, but I mean, character-wise, it was fine. I think this they did have some good requests though. And then so case 4 and case 5 kind of relate to each other. I think overall case 2 was my favorite, but I think case 4 is a close second. So I really liked how, again, case 4, typically in all of the Danganronpa games, is usually the case where, how do I put it? So, I was talking about this before, but, like, usually the final case is, like, the big revelation of everything that's gone on up to that point to explain how everything happened. Case 5 is typically where the traitor or the... it's usually where the traitor, or a thing gets exposed, or it's like a really, really complex case. So, like, in Danganronpa 1, it's the traitor, in Danganronpa 2, it's the traitor, in Danganronpa 3, it's, like, keeps you guessing until the very end. In this one here, since it's case 4, this one here it felt like it was very similar to, it first of all started out with, like, a double, felt like it was going to be a double thing, and then it ended up turning into, like, how do we get to the point that we did, and I think that's what worked well as well. I just think that the reason why I preferred 2 over 4 is because there was, I felt like it was an incomplete mystery because we had to get into the next case. But I think when it gets down to the actual breaking down of the actual thing, it kept me guessing until the end. So I think that's why it worked so well for that case. And again, the character, there weren't many characters that had to get introduced here, but there was just a lot going on in the investigation, and there was a lot going on in the Mystery Labyrinth itself, and I think that makes it, like, I would say that it was... I think I enjoyed 2 more because of the characters and because of some of the other things that were going on here. This one here kept me guessing, but I think the reason why I would bump it down a little bit is just because I think you need to have the context from the next case to be able to understand. Again, I like to have the revelation as to why certain things were done. That's why I think 2's case works well. That's why I think that in Danganronpa 2, the 5th case works well. The 5th case works well in 3. The 5th case, you know, I think the motivations are not here as much, which is probably why I don't have it like as high. And then case 5, which is pretty much what we did today, like the entire Mystery Labyrinth. I think it dragged near the end. Like, it started off really well because we were doing a lot of more simpler stuff, but then it started dragging. It started dragging on along a little bit because, it started dragging on a little bit, closer to the end because it felt like we were doing a lot of the same stuff. And it was like, all we were doing was just repelling the same arguments. I didn't really like that, and so it's pretty much just us listening to cut. You could have just had cutscenes there instead. Also, the actual investigation itself was really good because it was, again, all the revelations about everything that was going on. We didn't have any of the other things we had to worry about. We were piecing everything together as we went. It's like the revelation chapter. I think that's just what works there. And then obviously everything that happened in the labyrinth, like we had seen. I haven't even discussed what happened in chapter 5. I should probably do that. How do I go about this? So, in terms of today, we ended up, we got to the bathhouse. The bathhouse was the revelation about how, everything was going on with that. We got to the Mystery Labyrinth. Makoto was able to join the Mystery Labyrinth because he has Coalescence. The reason he has Coalescence is because he's the homunculi of us, who's number 1. And, basically, at the end, we had to make a decision to expose the truth. We had to allow for Makoto to get back in time. We had an emergency exit, which shows why we were able to escape. Shinigami's not around anymore. And Makoto has seemingly repaired the city. Everyone knows that they're homunculi now. All the detectives have left. we're somewhere else, so there's probably going to be a sequel at some point, I would think. Although I'm not sure how we would get back into contact with the Book of Death. Maybe we keep it or something. I'm not actually really sure. I think what else I would need to discuss. Again, a lot of the stuff in the Mystery Labyrinth was fine. Just some of the later parts weren't as good, I don't think. I've kind of already gone over chapter 4. And then chapter 5, again, we pretty much went through all the investigation for that as well. Because I didn't really go through all of the story. I've kind of gone through all of the characters, I've gone through all the gameplay stuff that I'm going to talk about, I've gone through all the gameplay stuff, I've gone through all the music gameplay stuff. So, I don't think if there's anything else I would need to do. Kind of went through over all of the characters and what they were able to do and all their fortes and stuff. Like the ghost thing was fine, the time traveling which wasn't really a mini game. Yeah, so pretty much like to sum up the case in this one, the first case was essentially all of us were gathered on the Amaterasu Express. All of us were master detectives, and then all of them ended up dying. And we had to figure out what ended up happening there, and that pretty much got solved. Then we went into the next case, which was a bunch of locked room mysteries of the mailman who was essentially taking up requests to kill people, and then we had a copycat killer, and someone was being framed, so we ended up finding out that they weren't a thing. We did all that as well. The second case was basically a theater group of at an all-girls school who one of their friends was murdered, and so it was essentially a plot to try and get the other person who murdered them to do that thing and figure out how that all worked. This one was the Resistance fighting against Amaterasu Corporation, which turned out to be some of the people were using the organization for their own uses, and how that happened. Then chapter 4 and 5 was essentially everything that was happening with the lab leading into mysteries that happened in Kanai Ward and everything else and things. So, first part of it was essentially going to the secret lab, solving the murder of the doctor, and figuring out what happened there. And then after that, expanding on that and figuring out how they transfer from solving that murder to solving what the connection between the doctor and the other stuff was, which then is the big reveal for everything with the homunculi and things like that. So I can't go through that because it won't let me. Actually, no, it would let me see. I can actually go and I can't check the case files for everything else because it won't let me. I don't have an old save, but basically, what did we do today? Best way to sum all this up is we got to a village, there's all this undead homunculi, and we pretty much made it through the factory. We went through and had all this there. It looked like everyone had died, but it was all fake. We met up with all the characters that died, like Zilch's Imposter, as well as the Finn, the Slaughter Artist. We met up with them as well. And pretty much like Makoto was taunting us all the way through. Eventually got to the point where he was revealed as the bad guy, and then we had to basically expose everything from there. And then like after we exposed him of everything that happened, pretty much we ended up we exposed him for everything that happened. We exposed him for everything that happened, and we also were able to expose him to everything that happened, and he went back to let everyone know we had the emergency exit. And then pretty much we started playing as Kurumi, and then Kurumi was gathering a whole bunch of stuff to travel the world. She went back on the thing, all the detectives left, she left. And then it showed us at the end that we're off doing our own thing. So I think that's about it for that. I'm trying to think about if there's anything else that I would need to discuss, because we already, I went through music, I went through gameplay, I went through graphics. I've gone through all the characters as I've seen them on the thing. I tried to go through a story in terms of everything that was going on through there. We went as well. It's a little bit hard when you don't have the entire thing loaded up, but pretty much like we solved the letters and thing. Now I'm not sure what I'm gonna do next. Only because I'm not sure if I read that other thing. I'm wondering if I should probably do that. But I don't think I was trying to think about whether I should. I don't think we need to read the novel again, only because we read it the first time on stream, and then I played the game. But I don't think me rereading it again is then going to make any difference because we're already kind of we've already kind of started like talking about the stuff that was going on anyway. So and it takes place 10 years prior to all of these events, so it makes me think that if it takes place 10 years prior to all the events, it's probably not relevant to the stuff that happened. Because it's 10 years prior, and then 3 years ago is when the stuff happens at the thing, so it's like him telling that stuff 10 years prior probably doesn't make a whole big thing of difference. I think is there anything else I would want to go through? I like the way that the map was, the solution keys, again, it's like our evidence. I don't think there's anything else I really need to discuss. I really don't think there's anything else, because anything I would need to discuss further would be in the review. And at that point, I'd be breaking down the cases anyway, because it would be part of the spoiler review. I guess that's about it. Like, I don't think I'll read the... I don't think I'm gonna go and read the thing again. I think I've gone through everything that I wanted to talk about. Because without going in depth into all of the story and saying this is exactly everything that happened, I try to do an overview as we go. And then we'll see how that is. So I think that might be a good point to end things, actually, because not sure what our next game is going to be, though, because I did get that $15 PSN voucher, so I might be able to buy DLC that might get some space off, even though I'll need space for the DLC, so that's another thing I consider. But or I might be able to buy something else for $15. I'll see what I can do for that. But if it's not a PlayStation 4 game, the next game is probably going to be Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe. I do have that, and I still have Theater Rhythm, Final Bar and all of the DLCs, which I can probably do at some point as well. But yeah, I don't really know what else I would really have to say. Like, I feel like I've gone through everything. Like, I like the Gumshoe Gab stuff. That was like essentially just extra backstory on all of the characters and their personalities and things like that. Like, it was fine. I don't think there's anything else to really go off of. So I think maybe I should just end things, because I feel like I've been rambling for a while, but I also want to try and get my thoughts out without... and it's kind of hard if I'm not getting asked questions and things. Like, if I got asked questions about what I thought about things, I would be able to easily answer them, but because I'm kind of rambling, I feel like that's what I do. So, I think that would be a good time to end things. So, yeah, as I said, I'll probably be doing either Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe or a PS4 game of some kind, if I can find DLC for it, or we'll see how it is. If there's not enough space for it, then I'll just, or there's nothing that I want, then it'll be Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe. We'll see how it goes. I have to go and see. I don't even know if that $15 is enough for all of the DLCs of certain things. We'll have to have a look and hope that is something that I can look into, because that would be good to do. But yeah, I guess with all that being said, be sure to like, comment, subscribe. Every like, comment, subscription review this video gets more monetization. For my content for you all, it's going to be more accessible and easy to find. I put my past Plat reacts as well as Let's Plays and Let's Plays including Far Cry 6, Sifu, The Quarry, Mystery Remake, Octopath Traveler, Skywalker Saga, Gotta Go, Crash Score 5-7 Union, Cuphead, Stray, Marvel's Avengers, Dark Horse Project Devil in Me, Days Gone, Mystery Remake, Star Wars Rifle, Order, Like a Dragon Ignition, Mystery 4 Remake, Resident Evil 5, Project Strategy, Pokemon Scarlet, Resident Evil 6, Octopath 2, Biohazard, Lord of Golem, and Forever, Sponge Premier Take, Hogwarts Legacy, Grim Mirage, Fate Storm Remnant, Pokemon Violet, Resident Evil Village, Persona 5 Tactica, Super Mario RPG Remake, as well as this game. I'm working on it my past 7 for games I've put a trophy for, as well as switching things up, 7 for games on the Switch, along with more training started speedruns in the future as well as more popular like Godera speedruns and more Pokemon puzzles which does in the future as well. I also upload everything to my YouTube channel because I have a 7-day limitation on my videos before they're permanently deleted, and want there to be a place for people for my content if they wish to do so. And you'll also get a notification for live watching on follow me on Twitch at 100 followers. I'm doing a live speedrun and affiliate, which means I get money as well. Get a make watch, subscribe, email to incentives to help support me in the channel going forward in the future. Also get an extra 7 days of upload for my videos as well. And you'll also get a notification for live watching on Twitch. Follow me on Twitter if I go live, which I'm on Discord. I will send you an invite to my friends Discord server. Plus, to the members who are going strong, print over games, discuss there as well. I'm very active there, and you'll also get a notification for live as well. And finally, if you should know who can stream overlay that leads to my future going forward, you can find the link down below. Watch for that as well. So with all that being said, have a rest of the day, night, wherever you all are, and I will see you later.